will start the first drill of the day in 15 minutes. 15 minutes to start.
Lembrando Bom dia, good morning. I gotta throw a aloha ka kahiaka in there as well. It's the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. That's right, we brought our own pool this time. Nice place to warm up. Yeah, and speaking of warm-ups, we got semifinals. It's going to be all basket fair in the women's semifinals. The Exabari sisters, Sammy Pupo is going to start off today. Eli Hanneman has been one of the top performers. What about Winter Vincent and all the stuff that this hard-charging Australians do? Speaking of Australian, Jordy Lawler will also be in the mix. Little waves here on low tide at Itauna, setting up for yet another day of competition. Looking pretty good so far. The winds cooperated. It's low tide. Watch out for Costa. We're going to see him in the first semifinal of the day. Hopefully he brings some of that once he's in Jersey. This is the playing field, and we're live about 125 kilometers east of Rio de Janeiro in the beautiful town of Saquarema, where there's a variety of waves and actually a swell magnet, as you can see all of this, the energy coming through. Good morning, Kaipo Guerrero. This is Maida Pops. We're getting going again. We got men's quarterfinals to do.
Yeah, Kaipo. We came here like pretty early. We've been watching the ocean. It looks great, actually. Few opportunities right there. So strategy will really pays off today, and we are excited about another on day.
I'm excited also for this on day in that the way we're going to start this men's quarterfinals is a classic matchup. It's going to be friendly fire for Brazil, but it's going to be an established star. I'm talking about Samuka, Samuel Pupo, who's come through the Challenger Series a few times to get back onto the championship tour after getting cut, up against a rising star. I'm talking about Costa.
Yeah, what a huge matchup right there. Like Samuel Pupo being one of the most experienced ones here in Saquarema, and Costa, he always delivering good surfing here in Itaúna, so it's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, I say a rising star in a lot of ways because my first exposure to Kawa was coming here to Saquarema and doing this event. And I think every year he's got a wild card because he's a local standout, right? And so that's the beautiful thing about the Challenger Series is it's a scouting report, if you would, for all the talent all around the world. So everywhere you go, you see these new up-and-coming surfers, and a lot of them eventually make it to the big leagues, make it to the championship tour. That's the goal.
Yeah, true, Kaipo. And Costa, he is, as you mentioned, like a rising star, you know, especially here in Itaúna. His surfing really connects to this wave, suits his wave, so that's why he's always has good results here.
Well, it's time for the Mai Teha morning call. Let's check in and see what's happening on that Mai Teha morning call.
Hello guys, good morning. We have some waves here. They're not very big, but they are definitely surfable. So I'm here with Keijiro. How are the conditions today? Some great waves there?
Bon dia. Yeah, kind of good waves. So smaller than yesterday, but pretty fun lefts.
Let's go then, let's start. Are we on?
We on.
Thank you very much. Arigato. We're on, guys. Back to you.
All right. So, a big Ohio to Keijiro Nishi. He's also made it to the quarterfinals. Talk about a rising star. Yet another rising star that's really come into play here in Saquarema. Flying by. Everyone's sleeping in. You know why? Because it's always fun over here, so everyone's taking a little. I'm sure as the word gets out that the contest is on, we're going to see people migrating to the beach right now. It's a nice, quiet scene. The ocean, low tide, so good news is that we got some waves breaking. Like I said, Sammy Pupo, Samuka, coming up against Costa. Your early thoughts, Maida, on this heat?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like Samuka, he is in seventh position right now, so a very important hit for him. And we saw him like winning here in Itaúna once, and also being a runner-up on the city level. So he knows this wave better, almost better than anyone. He surfs pretty well, but Costa has no pressure at all on that one. He's just willing to show his surfing, what he's capable of. So it's going to be a tricky one for Samuka.
Yeah. And another thing I think that's going to come into play is how do you say patience in Portuguese?
Paciência.
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 Paciencia. You're gonna have to apply your paciencia this morning a little bit. Because remember, it only takes two waves, two top waves in your score line. You can come through a heat just with 2 waves. 35-minute clock is what we set. So I feel the patience is going to come to play. And also, how do we say priority in Portuguese?
Prioridade.
Prioridade is going to be really, really important. Sami Pupo, he always took a win here in 2023, like you said, Maida, as well as a CT runner-up behind Felipe Toledo. First quarterfinal appearance this season. That's no stranger for Sami Pupo to make it to the quarters in the Challenger Series. Costa, we're going to turn our attention to here. Kawa with a nice snap off the top, and then the wave's going to run on the inside. He's been dynamic in his surfing, loose in his approach, so that's going to be the opener. Sami Pupo goes right, so kind of, you know, some mid-range scores at best, just soft start for both of our competitors, feeling the water out this morning.
Yeah, true, Kaipo, but it's good when you find, just like how Costa did, a wall to put your feet on the wax and start things off. What I think about both of these surfers, they both are really good on the rails and also have a very progressive surfing. Any of those can just find a small ramp and project a huge air. So with these conditions right there, like the field is very open for both of them.
What do you think about this first left for Kawa?
Nice first snap, like throwing a little bit of the fins over the lip and then try to maximize the potential of this wave. Nice turn. Look, that one looked great, Kaipo.
Yeah, he just surfs with a lot of freedom and looseness. I think I was calling a heat with Marcos and commenting that if Kawa was a skateboarder, he would be one of those skateboarders with very loose trucks on his board. He's going to find the right, and usually what that means is he's looking for an air like that. Oh, but it lands a little too high. But you saw that coming.
Yeah, he was looking for this right there. We've seen him during the free surfing this morning, and that's what he will be looking for. I think this kind of strategy is cool when the ocean is like this, like just trying to stay busy, like looking for opportunities, pull the trigger like many times, then you can maybe find a jam.
Yeah, well, he did start off strong. Kawa Costa, that left, earned him a 5-point ride. Just a 1 point for the short right, but he is in the lead over Samuel Pupo. And that 5-point ride for the left is a good sign because that was the first wave ridden today. And so that sets the scale with the judges. So that's what our expectation is. Let's take a look at our finals brackets. Maida, your thoughts on these quarterfinals? Any favorites?
Like many good ones, like David Silva with Jordan Lawler. It's going to be a fun one. David being a runner-up. And also the last one, Eli Hanneman with Keijiro Nishi. Keijiro is just been ripping the whole event. And Eli also really loves to surf here. His progressive surfing suits those kind of conditions as well. So many interesting hits to watch this morning here in Itaúna.
Yeah, and it's interesting also. You're going to see, I think, a lot of rail surfing in quarterfinal number 2, as in quarterfinal number 3. But then when it comes to quarterfinal number 4, I believe we're going to see a lot of aerials. There's Jordi Lawler getting ready for his matchup against David Silva. Lawler, 30 years old, North Narrabeen surfer, and he's a goofy foot. David's a goofy foot, so it's going to be the battle of the goofy foots. That'll be the story. Eli Hanneman on the preparation. He's in the 4th quarterfinal up against Keijiro Nishi, the Japanese surfer, who's been unbeatable so far throughout this entire competition since the very first day. Some words of wisdom from Chris Gallagher. former championship tour surfer. He's a coach. He's also a surfboard shaper. Take a look from above here. And a little bit of, you can see the mix right there, Maida, on the bottom here, where it's a combination of both rocks and sand to hold these sandbars together.
Yeah, Kaipo. And I mean, it's more sand than anything. So I think the dots that you were seeing is just the sand like
Pushing up.
pushing up.
Pushing up through the lip there. Nice spinning reverse. So that's Costa staying busy. And Costa are going to get rid of that 1-point ride. And Costa will apply more pressure to Sammy Pupo. I feel Kawa, and you can tell me more about Kawa Costa, but I think he showed up and saw these small waves and he said, no problem.
Yeah, he's just smashing it. Look that one, throw the fins, go to the air, make the rotation, very loose, very confident. Yeah, I mean, this guy, he came here for the first time, for the first appearance on the, we'll talk later.
Yeah, we'll get back to more information on Kawa Costa as Samuel Pupo just tries to stay steady and just remain on pace, if you would, with Kawa Costa. Just doesn't want to let this heat get away. That's certainly not going to be a high score, but it's going to be a number to his credit. So Sammy trying to match Kawa Costa.
Yeah, quick snap right there, and the second one looked great, like more vertical, committed to that section. Good attempt for Samuel.
Yeah, let's see. Is that going to be deemed a complete ride, Maida? What do you think?
I think so. I think so. It wasn't that clean, but I think they're gonna say that it's completed. What do you think, Kaipo?
I think it's edgy because you have to ride in front of out in front of the whitewater. Generally, when we look at with the judges' comments that they give us throughout the day, but we'll see. That was a quick shot of Matt Myers, who is in the corner of Samuel Pupo. Matt Myers, a former Ripco team manager, and he kind of transitioned from marketing into coaching, where he's been very successful. He coached Alyssa Spencer a couple of years back to a win here in Saquarema. Take a look at our Challenger Series and where everyone's sitting. Sammy Pupo, like you said at the beginning of the heat, number 7, up 6 spots so far on the live rankings, Maida.
Yeah, so that's why this heat is so important. A good result here can put him in a very safe place on the rankings, going to Hawaii and then later on to Newcastle. So an important heat for him, and for Costa, there's not so important in terms of rankings, but I mean in terms of showing what he's capable of, and I think it's already one of his best results. Actually, it matches his best result here last year. He was a quarterfinalist.
Taking a look at the Red Bull Athlete Zone for just a minute. Kawa Costa on a left. 4.5 was his last score for the right. Tosses it up there at ease. Kawa looking to improve upon that 4.5. It looks to me right now, the energy that I'm seeing out here, all the energy is going to Kawa Costa.
Yeah, look that one.
Oh.
Quick snap, got a little hang right there, almost lost balance. And then throw the rotation, completed. So I don't know if he's going to change his 4.5 ride on that ride that he took.
Yeah, definitely that bobble's going to catch him. Well, you know that last left from Sammy Pupo, we're debating, hey, was that complete or not? The judges gave him credit, 6-point ride for Sammy Pupo. There's all the judges. Even the Australian judge just liked it a lot, going with a 6.5. Take another look at this ride, and let's see what a 6 looks like this morning.
Yeah, just a quick snap right there, but that one looked great. Look how he could just snapped it, and he came with the lip again, and they felt it was completed, that one, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, it was complete for sure with that 6-point ride, and that's what's the signal that's given me is that you kind of got to be on the bigger waves with more of a wall. And even if you're doing great surfing, if it's on a smaller wave, that's going to suppress the scale. Now, it's always debatable with me if that's like really how it should be, but that's the signal that I'm seeing right now, because
Yeah.
that was the biggest wave with the longest wall so far this morning. So wave selection, super important.
Super important.
And utilizing priority, right? Look at Sammy is just the veteran. He's got priority. He's not even moving well. Kawa under priority is just looking for anything, staying very, very busy.
Yeah, totally different strategy on this heat right now, both of surfers. And I mean, it's just because like bigger waves, they provide you like, of course, bigger sections and more critical sections. So I think this get into the criteria as commitment, and so he was rewarded by.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking, the judges, for sure. I mean, and then it's up for debate. Like, is there much a difference between a 2-foot wave and a 3-foot wave? If you're ripping, you guys think about that. I don't know. We're gonna see. 22 minutes and 50 seconds, and Sammy Pupo utilizing priority. A little inconsistent right now. Why? Let's check in with our Surfline forecast. You can see green. Green's not good. Green means there's not a ton of swell in the water, but you can see the orange energy out the back. That is what's giving us this swell, and we're anticipating more, but more swell is going to come with more weather here in Saquarema. Taking a look at today, 2 to 3 foot faces. Pretty much for the morning. Offshore, that's good. 2 to 3 foot faces this afternoon. Onshore, that could be bad, but we're going to monitor the situations. Wind's super hard to predict. We know the swell. Take a look at the next 2 days. 2 to 3 tomorrow morning with good offshore. You see that green with the numbers, that means good. Sunday, more energy, more swell, but orange, not so good because that's onshore, but maybe opportunity with that onshore wind depending upon the speed of that onshore wind. Thank you, Surfline, for all the data. If you're not already a premium member, you be a premium member. Get the extended forecast, cams without commercials, all that good stuff over at Surfline. Costa would bring us some good stuff just right off the bat. But we had that conversation, Maida, and the judges are looking for the choice waves out here, the bigger waves. It's going to be hard for Kawa to get more than a 4.5 on something that small.
Yeah, I mean, but now he's not with priority, so he'll keep like trying to find a larger ramp or something that he can just provide something bigger.
Yeah, and it's good. You can see the separation. Kawa like staying far away, so hoping for some waves to hit a different part of the bank. So even under priority, he can, perform. And it looks like a wave coming to him right here, but gosh, this wave is so tricky at this size. I call them mirages. Like, it looks like a wave. Sometimes they just disappear. They pop up on the horizon and they disappear.
Yeah, because it hits like the deep water sometimes right there close to where Costa is right now. And it's just disappeared. We saw a bunch of those this morning, Kaipo.
Yeah, yeah. Is there the Portuguese word for mirage? Is there a word
Miragem.
for mirage? Well, it all
Miragem.
makes sense no matter what. Don't believe your eyes. Trust your instinct. Because just because something pops up over there doesn't necessarily mean it's going to hit the sandbar and break. This one might actually be a reality for Costa, but it has such a taper to it. See, that's the thing.
Mirage.
It's another. Even if it breaks, it can be a mirage.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want those when you're in the desert and just looking for water, and you think it's a watering hole, but it's actually just a mirage. It's playing tricks with your eyes. It's the desert sun beating upon the white sand along with the humidity, just making this weird thing that's not really there. You know what is here? Right now, it's here. It's our first break of the morning. We got quarterfinal number 1 for the men out in the water. We'll be back with the conclusion. Who's going to make it? Sammy or Kawa? We'll find out.
Concordou com a nota? Ok, pô, direito dele. Agora ele. Eu acho que ele viajou muito, cara. Caralho, mano, nada a ver. Pô, se ele não concordar com a nota de um e outro, tá no primeiro, agora ele colocou pra cima. Não tem nada a ver aqui.
Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Banco do Brasil, the Brazil fan picks, overwhelmingly, Maida, with Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, 87% against like 13 for Costa. Of course, I mean, like Samuel Pupo, such a talented guy and won here in 2023, runner-up on city level in 2022. So this is a easy pick.
Easy pick, easy money, easy dinero.
Dinero, right.
But you know what, Maida, dinero, that doesn't necessarily bring you happiness, does it?
No.
No, but it will buy you a better airline seat. As you travel around the world.
Can make things easy.
Yeah, but it will never bring you happiness. And dinero is not going to buy you a heat. You got to earn your way through the surf. Manny Myers there, coach for Sammy Pupo. Pupo with the highest single wave score of a 6-point ride. Pupo needs a 3.5 to take the lead off of Costa. There's Kawa's support squad. Is that Dad?
I don't think so, no. Kaipo.
Yeah.
Do you know what brings you happiness?
Please, I've been looking for that for a number of years.
Growing in a very nice family, as both of these men did, you know? Samuel Pupo with a lot of surfing heritage. I think everyone knows already. Wagner Pupo, a pro surfer, a former surfer. And Wagner Pupo, you know that he was one of the, look, his family, there is Gianni Pupo. He was one of the most long-lived athletes in the elite of Brazilian pro surfing.
Wagner.
Yeah, Wagner for more than 16 years.
And he's got that surfboard label that I've seen forever in Brazil, Ohana Pupo.
Pupo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that label's been around, gosh, gotta be 30 years.
I think so. Like
I've seen it for
maybe,
a long time. Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah. And what else?
Yeah, I mean, and the whole family is into surfing. Of course, Miguel Pupo and Sami, but also they have a sister, Dominic Pupo, who I think she competed like a long time ago in the amateur leagues. And also Costa has a sister that is a surfer as well. She was a Brazilian champion in 2020. So these boys, both of them grew up in good families, and that's what brings you happiness, Kaipo.
I truly believe that. I live that. I manifest that. Ohana, where I'm from, family, is the absolute most important thing in Hawaiian culture. Ohana is actually more important. We have a concept where our family and our friends, our village, the group is more important than the individual. And that makes you like humble, right?
Yeah.
So it's all about the group. I mean, yeah. So that's another thing, Maida. We got a lull, so I get to talk about more. We have a podcast going. Is that the more I come to Brazil, the more similarities there are between Hawaiian ethics and what's important to Hawaiians and Hawaiian lifestyle and Brazilians. It's very simple.
It's very. When I lived
Similar, yeah.
Similar. Sorry, Kai, but when I lived in Hawaii for 1.5 years, it was what I felt. You know, since once I got there, I felt that there was a lot of similarities in our culture.
What we think is important, right, and what we do, and how we give our best friends. Everyone jokes around with everyone, and there's a thing of talking story and putting the family first, and another concept is both in a lot of my neighborhood and then what I see here in Brazil is like, you don't need a lot of stuff to be happy. It's about the people around you. You know, it's not a material thing.
Yeah, it's about the experiences that you live. It's not about what you have.
And then the other thing that brought Brazilians and Hawaiians together in a big way is the art of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that's been embraced in Hawaii and invented here. Oh, he's going to take this one. Sammy Pupo, interesting choice. He thought it was time to use his priority and back up that 6-point ride. So, Sammy, I love what he just did right there because that may have been a little bit of defense, keeping Kawa off of, you know, one of the longer walls that was coming through here and back up his 6-point ride. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think he waited for a while with priority right there, and then he saw like Costa interested in that one. I'm not pretty sure if he was really interested or just trying to sell the priority to Sammy, but Sammy decided to take a chance on that one. And yeah, it was a really small wave, but he could combo with three turns. We can watch later on the replay.
Kawa's not going to sit on priority, and unless he really improves right there, honestly, like that could be a rookie mistake. He's caught 9 waves already. He finally got priority, and he was surfing all those waves under priority, and then he immediately turned around and caught that wave. But lucky for Kawa, Sammy didn't get the job done. That was just a 3-point ride. So Kawa Costa will remain in the lead. Take another look at this. Do you think this is better than 4.5?
Yeah, I'm not pretty sure. The first turn was nice. The second was beautiful. I like the way he links on the third one. He makes the rotation right there. It can be Kaipo, actually.
I mean, it was a kind of a cool finish, right? He added some creativity to that just backhand reverse. So looking to improve upon a 4.5. You can see how busy Kawa Costa is. 10 waves ridden. We're waiting for the score for the 10th wave ridden. Highlighted are the top 2 for each of our surfers. Sammy Pupo again establishing priority and going to wait it out like a veteran surfer that he is. I call Sammy a veteran at 24 years old, but he's very young, but I call him a veteran because he's already had 4 years on the championship tour. So even at a young age, I put him in the veteran category.
Yeah, and also like on this heat, way more experience than Costa.
Yeah, let's take a look. Wind the clock back as we wait for that score. Samuka, Sammy Pupo, 2023. We had the LEDs. We had a much larger surf. Sammy took out a big win here in front of a very happy home crowd.
Yeah, look how beautiful he was on his rails. Like beautiful carves, throwing buckets right there, being aggressive at the same time.
All
Look,
about
the family,
family.
Ohana.
All about family. The family had a big reason to celebrate. Sammy Pupo taking out a win. He met Mihimana Bre in the final. Sammy's back here. Sammy's looking for a 3.5. Sammy's got priority. Interesting thing, another talking point on Sammy Pupo is 4 years on the championship tour that we talked about, but got cut. You know, he had his rookie season 2022, did well, 10th place in the world. Hey, that's great for your rookie season. 2023, fell off tour, came back on the Challenger Series with that win, earned up number 2 in the rankings for the Challenger Series, got back on tour for 2024. 2024, got caught off tour again. Came back to the Challenger Series, Sammy Pupo. Didn't matter to Sammy, he just waltzed through there. Number 1 on the Challenger Series rankings in 2024. back on tour, 2025. 2025, same thing happens. Mid-season cut. Well, after 7 events, he got cut. He's back on the Challenger Series, but he just looks like he's right on pace to make it back on the tour. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, this is his best result so far this year here in Itaúna. So, but he has been kind of consistent. 9th place in in Newcastle, U.S. Open, and Ediceda. He made into the round of 16. So he's on his way, like building momentum to get to Pipeline and maybe get qualified there.
Let's check with Rachel. I think she's doing some intel and some coaching on the beach. We got a former champ, actually, as a coach, Kai Otten.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone with this guy, Kai Otten. Nice to see you, nice to talk to you. And he's coaching Winter Vincent, which is surfing so good here. How much of your experience, you had a win here in a QS back in 2011. How it's been this process of coaching him here and bringing all your experience and good memories here?
Yeah, that was another lifetime ago, wasn't it? A while ago. But yeah, look, I think it's always a bit challenging, this wave. A few different elements to it, and it's just staying composed. Composure's a big one. Putting time in on the bank, learning the conditions, you tick the boxes, seems to pay off.
And what are your thoughts on this heat with Samuel and Kawa?
Oh, look, it's a chess match because there was kind of a few more opportunities before they started, which is, that happens. And now, yeah, it's just a battle of mid-range scores, and it's just who makes the right decision. And look, Sammy's kind of gone the waiting approach. Cow's caught a few waves, but I mean, I'd probably like to have priority. But Cow just surfed a good wave then. He didn't complete, so and it was under priority. But it's a chess match, and slight little decisions will determine the outcome. You just got to get them right.
Yeah. And now Winter is gonna go against Oscar, which is gonna be Aussie better. What are your thoughts on that heat?
Yeah, look, they're great friends, and yeah, they're both in great form, especially this event. And Oscar's had a good season, so it's going to be a great little battle, and I can't wait. Yeah, it'll be exciting.
Yeah, both surfers are in the top 10, so good luck for them. Thank you very much for your time. Back to you guys in the booth.
Kai Otten, that's right, 2011 won that qualifying series event here. And we saw wave ridden, not going to affect the scores for Costa. He's ridden 12 waves so far, as opposed to 4 waves ridden by Sammy Pupo. Pupo maintains priority. Yeah, Kai Otten on the QS level, there was some kind of cool winners here. The Panda won the year before, William Cardoso. Neko won in 2009, Neko Patarats. Pretty cool. And then after that, it just turned pretty Aussie with Matt Wilkinson, Mitch Colburn, and then the Brazilians took it back with Wiggly Dantes in 2014 and 2015, Alex Ribeiro. A lot of goofy foots. Another goofy foot on the screen right there. There was a goofy foot dominance at Itaúna for a long time. We'll see if that story plays out here. I don't think we've had a goofy foot win since on the Challenger. Our first winner was goofy foot, right? Gabriel Medina.
Gabriel Medina, since then,
Since
2022, yeah. So, yeah, but I mean, last year, David Silva was in 2nd position, so. But look then, Kaipo, Samuel Pupo with 5 minutes and 42 remaining on this one. Still looking for a 3.5, right?
I tell you, the 24-year-old veteran's doing veteran stuff right now. It looks tough, but he's holding on to priority, and this is so important because it's not how many waves you catch, it's the quality of waves and what you do. And I feel like someone like Samuka can weight this, know that, and have faith that there's going to be a good wave come through, perform on that wave, and then not leave a lot of time on the clock for priority for Costa to answer back. This is the important wave here. A gasp from the set as Sammy makes that decision, and now Kawa needs to, now we're going to see how good he is with heat strategy, because right now he's just really opened up the doors. Sammy Pupo now in a much more vulnerable position.
Yeah, Kaipo. We know how good he is. He can really find under priority a wave and just make up that 3.5 that he needs.
Yeah, if I'm Kawa, I am all over Sammy Pupo like Velcro. Here's our heat leader, the youngster, making a name for himself. Costa opened up with a 5-point ride. Some great surfing on the backhand.
Yeah, I love that first snap there. The second one, just a setup one, and good turn to finish it off. And then going right. Beautiful snap. Throw to the air, makes the rotation. Very well surfed, that one. And this one, a little bit larger, the wave, quick snap, and that was the money, you know, the money came from that one. Pretty radical, vert.
Pupo, live action coming out of that recap. Oh, he thinks he got the 3.5 for the snap and the little cutty right there. Trying to sell it to the judges. What's your opinion?
Oh my God. I don't know, Kaiba, maybe it's gonna be there, you know. Look.
Snap?
Snap, throw thin.
Carve?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's gonna be close right there.
Yeah. If it's not there, it's gonna be close.
Oh.
What do you think, Kaipo?
I think, given the situation, that it is going to come just under at a 3.2. Well, actually, I think he's going to get it. I think he's got a 4.1. Yeah, Sammy Pupo, that was enough. He knew it. We didn't know, but veteran status. I mean, even though he lost priority, he was able to come back and make it. It's not over yet, though. Kawa, 5.11 is what Costa needs. That would be his best effort so far. We see that he's been absolutely ripping. What he's been lacking is probably wave size and quality. So he needs a quality, bigger wave. And I would highly recommend him not going on that one. There you go. So like, he was interested in that. He's just going to have to wait it out and just hope something comes through. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Pretty. Yeah, Costa not blocking Samuel Pupo, let this wave go, and then Samuel Pupo just really, he took that wave and got the requirement that he needed.
Yeah. So 5.11 is the need, first priority here. Kawa, hunting, stalking, hoping for something. One thing we can't control ever is the ocean. And Kawa would wish that he could flip a switch and somehow get away. Pupo's on the beach, looking at the clock, hoping that the horn blows like right now.
Yeah, 1 minute left, Kaipo.
Last chance for Kawa Costa. Oh, this is a tiny one. Oh, that's not a good start bouncing. He's gonna need a backflip or something. Nope, watch the fins, no use taking off.
Go, go!
The wave behind looks.
Oh no, and the wave behind.
Yeah.
Might have been the good one for Costa, we'll see. This is just a ride into the beach for Sammy Pupo. That wasn't good either. So, Sammy Pupo, patient. Don't worry, Mom. I think he's coming through.
Yeah, she stays really nervous.
Yeah, that's just a ride in.
Yeah.
He knows. He knows what's up. Hey, look he matched his performance last year. Kawa Costa, another quarterfinal finish. So he's proven that he's a worthy wild card. Coach and family Pupo with hugs there, celebration. That was a tough one. That's right. I would give thanks after that heat too. What a start to the day. We got a defending champ, Sammy Pupo, Samuka. Maida,
Yeah.
on to the semis.
On to the semis. in his way to climb spots in the rankings right there.
Yep, up 6 so far to number 7. Looking to climb further up the rankings is Samuel Pupo. And look out, world. Look out, surf world. Costa. We're going to see way more of this Brazilian surfer. When we come back, it's going to be Brazil versus Australia. David Silva, Jordy Lawler in the water.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Dr. Peanut, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. By Probiotica, for real achievements. By My Terra, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the City of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
We're back at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero, reflecting in the WSL Piscina. David Silva up against Jordan Lawler in quarterfinal. Number 1 at stake is a semifinal. Number 1 appearance. We're already going to see Samuel Pupo, a former champion, semifinal number 1. Who will he come up against? One of these two surfers at his Australia versus Brazil out in the water. Taiguero, Maida Pops on the call. What do we think about this heat?
Wow, yeah, an important one for Jordan Lawler as well. For both of the surfers, of course, but Jordan's just a little bit up in the rankings right there. But his first quarterfinals appearance in this season.
Yeah, North Narrabeen surfer, 30 years old, took a win over there in North Narrabeen as a wild card last year. It was a big moment for North Narrabeen board riders and that whole community. Well, here's the start for Jordy Lawler, Maida.
Yeah, quick snap right there. Beautiful one, releasing the fins. Another very strong turn, trying to squeeze everything that he can from this opportunity. Pin throw.
Yeah, he's been very steady on this. It's a beautiful board, little like hippie outline from Timmy Patterson surfboards, and that hippie kind of board with a little bit wider, a wide point pushed a little further back on that. On that Patterson just looks so good. It flows, and you know what? He took that flow to a 6.67. So nice start for the Australian. And greetings on the beach for Samuka. He's on to the semifinals.
Never easy, huh? He wouldn't let you go under priority. I just wanted you to like go under priority and start riding waves, and he would never let you. Oh my God. We finally found the little right.
I let a little left go by.
Yeah, there's a couple little lefts. Yeah. There were some threes, and there was like more in here too. Jeez, like us, we can never, it's like we can never expect a set to come. It never comes. So you're on standby. Next seat's at 10. Less than 3 hours. So.
David Silva. Beautiful snap opening up for DVD. Another carve. Banks a finish. So nice answer back by David Silva.
Yeah, really nice answer, Kaipo. Important one, just to keep things going. Don't let this hit run away from him. And current number 31 on the rankings, David Silva.
Yeah. This is his best appearance so far this season. So a breakthrough moment for David Silva. Last year's runner-up here, where he showed just so much consistency and dominance through every single heat he surfed. He had a final out here with Marco Mignot, and both surfers used this platform and this wave to qualify for the championship tour. Replay here of Silva.
Beautiful turn, throwing buckets on that one. Like, I like the combo, the pace, and the way he comboed like 3 strong turns on that one. Look how beautiful this angle is, Kaipo.
How beautiful the water is. Silva, you can check this out a little bit in slow motion, just how he's able to twist that Slater design boards under his feet. David Silva, early on, identified by none other than the GOAT, Kelly Slater, to be like, hey, I want you to ride my boards, David, and took him under the wing. That's the math for the 6.67 that Jordy opened up with. But Kelly taking David under the wing and just providing him, you know, with as much equipment as he needs, and really dials it in. Which, you know, David Silva, coming from humble beginnings, you know, that support is just immeasurable for someone like David Silva. Here he goes again. Second wave for Silva. Nice carve. Once again, just going to lean on the carve for the score. 2 waves owed to us for David Silva. Priority with Jordy Lawler. But I've actually seen sessions where Kelly would bring a bunch of boards and have David test them out, you know, and see, you know, and update the designs. And so it's really cool to see that support for someone like David Silva by the king of surfing, Kelly Slater.
Yeah, it is. This turn right there looked pretty much like on his first turn on the first wave, but unfortunately the wave didn't offer much. But he's trying to build his score line on that one. A 5.33 on the first, Kaipo.
5.33. His backup score is going to be less than that. We're still waiting for the backup score, but when the score drops, it should give the lead to David Silva. And now we have the different roles. You know, in this tough, you know, small conditions here, a little bit inconsistent. I feel every surfer is going to have the role. You're going to have the under priority role, where just catch anything.
Yeah.
A 1-footer is going to do. And then you're going to have the priority roll, which is a whole different role, where you're just going to be sit and wait for the 3-footer to come through and get the score. This patient roll and the sitting and waiting with priority roll worked in quarterfinal number 1 for Samuel Pupo. Let's see if that works for Jordy Lawler. But I think Lawler's on a really good start right now with the single highest wave score and priority. We'll see how he plays it out.
Yeah, I mean, with less than 10 minutes passed by this heat, and already with a 6.67, right? And with priority, so for sure, Jordan is in a good spot right now. But still, like, plenty time. And David Silva, without priority, he will just keep like keep trying to put some scores, trying to find a wave, hunting for something else in the inside.
Yeah, there he is on the hunt, trolling, if you would, pacing up and down the beach, looking for something to break. We've come off, right now it's 7:19 local time here in Saquarema. We've come off a low tide at 6:24 a.m. and we have a big tide push, about 2.7 feet of added tide. We're going to go from a 0.2 to a 2.9 at 12:46. Those are tides right there. you can see that big tide push, and at the beginning of the tide push, that really helps. That helps the swell push in, so we are counting on that. Back up for Jordy Lawler, floats that first section. Nice torque around on the TP, the Timmy Patterson board. Finds a little inside running section. It keeps on giving him more opportunity, looking loose. And he's gonna back up that 6.67. He's gonna regain the lead. Well, he's gonna gain the lead, actually, off of David Silva. Silva now, we'll see how patient David can be with priority. Looks like that's David's coach, father.
Yeah, it was kind of against the sun, but I think it was. He's with his family here, like the whole family.
The whole family.
Yeah, he has like 2 daughters, 2 beautiful daughters. We saw them on an interview yesterday.
Yeah. Family from the countryside, right? Guarujá.
Yeah, no, it's a beach in São Paulo's coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, Guarujá.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it's country where he's.
No, actually, like Guarujá, it's a city. I think like maybe 80,000 people living. I'm just guessing. I don't know, but
where David lives is a city.
No, but then he's from Prainha Branca. It's a beach in Guarujá, but then you have to catch a trail to get there, and then it's really countryside.
So it's the country inside of the city of Guarujá.
Yeah.
It's the countryside of Guarujá.
Yeah.
This is 5.83 Maida. That's a really good backup.
Yeah, it is. I loved how many turns he was able to put on that one. Like, beautiful turn. Kicking the tail a little bit there. Another good one. Snaps off the top. Just maximizing this opportunity. And then a 5.83. So now he has the best 2 single wave scores of the heat.
Jordy Lawler's a year at a glance with a good start. That's a keeper result, that 9th place finish over at Newcastle for the Sydney Surf Pro. Bolito, not so much. Definitely not Huntington and Aracera. So, 3 kind of questionable finishes. He's going to have 2 keeper results, a 9th place and a guaranteed 5th out of Brazil. Again, those are going to be his 5 results. He'll have 2 more chances at Pipeline. And back at Newcastle to better his results, we take the best 5 out of the 7 events on the Challenger Series for your year-end rankings and your qualification. Looking to qualify yet again for the Championship Tour. And on his way, he's on to the semifinals. Sammy Pupo with Manu.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Sammy, and nothing better than start the day winning a hit. The conditions are not the best, but it is a fun surf, and Kawa is a tough opponent. So what was your strategy out there? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very tricky heat. Conditions were actually really fun just before the heat started. There were so many sets. I was watching Eli just rip a few waves, and I kind of had that in the back of my mind, like, I think it's going to be a slow heat just because it's been pumping, before the comp started. And it was very slow. I was waiting for a while and made some bad decisions and was needing a 3-5, got a 4 without priority. I was actually so nervous this heat. I was so nervous. I knew it was a really important heat in terms of points, and Kawan's been probably the standout of the contest so far, and this is kind of like his main condition, so I feel like he was the guy to beat today. It feels like he's going faster than anyone and doing airs, looking very light. And yeah, just so glad I had that 6 on the bigger wave and got a 4 at the end. And it's not a really good looking heat, but at least I made it.
It's a winning heat. And they were talking about family on broadcast. They were saying, Kaipo and Maida, that money doesn't bring you happiness for sure, but family does, and your family is always supporting you. They were there, and they're always there for you. How is it for you to have all that support and all that love from your family? That is a great family.
Yes, it's everything for me, really. It's where I can really rely on is my mom, my dad, my girlfriend, my brother. They're always with me, my whole team, my physio, This comp is a very traditional one for us. We usually have a big crew together, and you know, coming here and spending probably more money than anyone is, just bringing the whole crew together to make me feel better, make me feel comfortable, and it works out for me, you know, and it did again. So I'm happy to be in the semis. Hopefully I can keep going.
No money can buy that. Do you want to send them a message?
Obrigado a todo mundo aí na torcida. Acabei de falar com meu pai, com a minha irmã, comigo e também com as crianças. Obrigado pela torcida, amo muito vocês. Sem palavras, assim. Esse campeonato tem sido difícil, né? Muitas baterias apertadas, mas sempre acho que ter essa vibe positiva por trás de todo mundo acaba tudo dando certo no final.
Thank you very much. Boa sorte. Congratulations. Dangerous guy here. Back to you.
That's right, yeah. Money can't bring you happiness, but Sammy Pupo, he still wants his paycheck, Rip Curl. So keep it coming, because he's winning. David Silva during the interview. This is a great wave.
Yeah, it was. Nice combo, like nice projection on that turn, and finished strong as well. Look, kicking a little bit, releasing the fins right there. Beautiful one. Yeah, it's a comeback for him for sure to this heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, he will reduce the requirement that he needs to take first place. You can see in the needs column, a 6.67 is what DVD David Silva needs. That wave that we saw on the replay, that was the 5.83 that you see in the best two scores column. 1835 left on the clock. Priority, the blue P next to Jordan Lawler's name means that he has first right of refusal on any waves coming through here. And as I look at the whole horizon, Maida, you know what I don't want to see? Is that fog bank to come through.
Oh, yeah.
Early days of competition, we had like our nemesis, Mr. Fog.
Yeah, Kaipo,
There's Mr.
we saw
Fog out
it's
there.
coming back again. We had this problem last weekend. Now we have to push a little bit the start of the competition because of the fog early in the morning. And we see there on the horizon,
Yeah.
it's coming.
It's coming. Somebody call Dr. Peanut and tell him to have Mr. Fog turn around. You're not welcome here.
Yeah. We still have like 17 minutes, 35 seconds left on this one.
David Silva, you know, when he came onto the scene in his first year, 2020, in 2021 when he was on the championship tour, nearing not qualifying again for that year. We didn't have the mid-season cut. It was a shortened schedule in 2021, and David Silva was a hero at the last event. I mean, at the last event, which ended up being actually the last event of the normal season because Tahiti got canceled that year. In Mexico, coming through and had a runner-up finish there. And that was the first time that everyone got to see David Silva really on a right-hand point break and unleash on an incredible backhand that he has. He has such good technique, yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing, that hit with Jack Robinson.
Yeah, it was a final with Jack. And Robbo that year needed a big result too. So both of those guys came through in Mexico, yeah.
Yeah, it was just lovely to see him like surfing really free on that one, showing his strength in his backhand. And yeah, it's a really nice competition to remember.
It's all about family. We got Rachel down on the beach with David Silva's papa.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Clayton, DVD's father. Every time that he can, he comes to the competition to support his son. I'm going to ask a few questions in Portuguese and then I'll translate for you. Clayton, como é que tá o coração assistindo a bateria do filho agora?
Ah, tá bem nervoso, tentando manter a calma, mas é difícil, né? Manter a calma aqui fora. Eu acho que mais nervoso até que ele lá dentro. Mas a gente tenta manter a calma aqui, para tentar passar até para ele uma confiança aqui para ele, que a gente vem para a praia para isso, né? Para tentar dar uma confiança para ele. Mas o importante, o papel dele lá dentro é pegar as ondas e tentar fazer o melhor, né? É isso que a gente tenta, né?
E a gente estava falando na transmissão mais cedo sobre como a família tem alguns surfistas que têm o privilégio de ter a família unida e o DVD a gente sempre vê, né, as filhas, suas netas. Quão importante é para você quando você consegue, né, conciliar com o seu trabalho e estar presente?
Eu acho que é importante, né, que ele se sente bem, né? Sempre fala que se sente bem quando a gente vem com ele, a família dele vem com ele, né? Então, a gente, quando concilia meu trabalho com o campeonato aqui no Brasil, principalmente, aí eu tento vir, reunir minha família, minha esposa, meu outro filho. E aí quem pode vir, né? O sogro dele, a mulher, a neta. A gente vem tudo para tentar passar uma força para ele, que isso é bom, né? É importante para ele estar aqui na praia. E a gente torce por ele aqui, a gente vai torcer por ele aqui na praia, né?
Parabéns pela torcida. He's saying that every time that he can make the schedule work with his work, he comes and their family is super united. They are always trying to support and bring calmness because it's the most important thing to help him in the water.
Oh, I love that. Thank you, Rachel, for the reporting and celebrating family, which is a big factor here. Anywhere. But David's father, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, yeah. He is the guy that was always helping and pushing David Silva, being very supportive to him. And this is Jordan. Look, beautiful wave, Kaipo.
Great surfing, no finish. Not going to change the scoreline. David Silva uses priority, floats through that one, needs to find some open face around the corner here, has to do another float. That's going to be a little bit disappointing, but he'll kick out early, paddle fast, David, and get priority again, which he will. So not a lead change, but not a loss of priority either. And a little bit of a bummer because I see a wave coming through unridden. Replay here.
Yeah, floats on that one, gets around the corner, snaps it. Yeah, but the wave was really flat there. At least he didn't lose priority. That wave looked a little bit greater than the last one of David, more steep. Nice combo, unfortunately couldn't pull that one.
Well, let's take a break right now. Midway through this heat, Jordan Lawler, he's up on David Silva. David Silva gets priority, needs a 6.67. Can Silva come back? Let's call up Vivo for the Vivo surf conditions. 2 to 3 foot of swell on the face. Rising tide. It's at 0.6 right now, going to a midday 2.9 of water on the bank. The water, chilly 63 degrees, pretty much a full suit. You can deal with a spring suit if you're exerting yourself in the heat, and the wind light, 6 miles per hour out of the northeast. Beautiful ocean colors and rock formations here in Itaúna Beach. A section of Saquarema. Yep, that's right. You're in Brazil for stop number 5 of the Challenger Series, the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. and a little bit of wind moving the flag in the other direction right now. Start off with offshore wind, a little bit of a sea breezy coming up, and Jordan Lawler in the lead over David Silva currently. Silva needing a 6.67 is Kaipo Guerrero. Maeda Pops on the call here. Second quarter final. We got a replay.
Yeah, Jordan just make a turn right there, snaps on the face, but this wave won't change things. It was just a 3.9 on that one. David Silva is still with priority with a little bit less than 10 minutes remaining, needing a 6.67.
Yeah, 6.67 is a need with priority under 10 minutes for David Silva getting ready. It's going to be friendly fire for the Australians. Oscar Osberry, number 5 in the rankings right now, coming up against a World Junior runner-up in the way of Winter Vincent, number 10 on the live rankings right now. So that's going to be a great show, great heat coming up. Both surfers from out of Australia just performing really well. Speaking of Australia, Jordan Lawler from a legendary beach town in Australia, North Narrabeen. North Narrabeen on the northern Sydney beaches, and has a history of incredible surfers. North Narrabeen, the home of Simon Anderson, the inventor of the tri-fin, two-time world champ. Damien Hardman also there in North Narrabeen. He has a Rip Curl store right in the middle of town that you can see. Nathan Hedgehog, and the world record holder for largest paddling waves for on the female side. We're talking about Laura Enever. She's a proud North Naribianer. I don't know if that's a word, but proud surfer of the North Narrabeen board riders. There's Winter Vincent. Winter has actually been one of the most solid performers throughout this entire event. He has been able to link together just incredibly loose rides. Maybe not the highest single wave scores, but he has put together some great heats, and he looks like, just as a young man, not rattled at all. He just seems so together in his surfing.
Yeah, true, Kaipo. He's been ripping this whole event long, and it will be just interesting to see both of these guys like getting into these conditions, like really small surfing. And we know that Winter Vincent it's a tall guy, kind of not heavy but like tall. So with the small waves like this, he will probably need to adjust his approach. And yeah, the next heat we're gonna see a very interesting all Australian affair right there.
That's right, Australia, it's just a force, and has been a force since the inception of professional surfing way back in 1976. The first professional world champ was an Australian. I'm talking about none other than PT Peter Townend back in 1976, winning that inaugural World Championships with Australia. There's, I talked about North Narrabeen, and you know, what a great wave there is, and what a legendary wave it is. Well, it's home to Jordan Lawler, and that's where Jordan Lawler was able to win last year on the Challenger Series. Take a look back here with Jordy Lawler in familiar waters, Maeda, and some pretty beefy beach breaks.
Whoa, look that gnarly one. Very powerful wave. Looking sharp on that third, and also going up and high in the sky.
Kept on advancing through over and over again. The crowd on the beach got louder and louder and more boisterous. You can see the logo blurred out there. That's a North Narrabeen board riders, and the skull and crossbones hoisted up for Jordy Lawler with that win there, making the town proud. Great town, great section, and all of Australia there. We had a great legends heat there too, with Laura Enever was out on the water. Nathan Hedge, a couple of North Arabian surfers. But then we also had Manly's Robbie Bain come out there, as well as two-time world champ Tom Carroll. Tom Carroll is a lot of times associated with North Arabian because he's had such a history there. Tom Carroll actually down to another beach away, originally from Newport Beach, but you have to put legends of North Arabian also. I'm going to put Tom Carroll in there as well. Well, it's David Silva at the 5-minute mark right now with priority opportunity if a wave comes through. Maida needs a 6.67 to take the lead off of Jordy Lawler. So there's nothing David Silva can do other than just sit. As we're waiting for the next wave to roll through, let's go with our Natura Kayak recap of quarterfinal number 2. Jordy Lawler opened up with a 6.67.
Yeah, fin throw in both of the snaps on this one, and then comboed by beautiful turns that came as a 6.67. And this is the 5.83 that he backed it up with that. Beautiful turn, a lot of water sprayed. Very dynamic surfing for Jordan Lawler on that heat.
Lead to Lawler, David Silva, DVD. He wants to keep up pace, opened up with a 5.33.
Beautiful rack, throwing buckets, snap on the pocket, gain speed to finish it off strong. It was a 5.83 for that one.
And that leads us to this situation with the need for David Silva, 6.67 and first priority.
Yeah, and he's waiting with priority for quite a while right now. That's why we thought it was really important what Jordan Lawler did right in the beginning of the heat, getting a 6.67 that put him in a really good spot on that one.
And we can see the rock formation here at Itauna, a sandbank, but actually a lot of those rocks kind of come in and get covered by sand. And then that's why this side of the beach with the rock-sand combo usually breaks further out than down the beach as you go through. And there's peaks all the way through here, but this particular corner of the beach, because of the bathymetry of it, and holds the sand a little bit more, so the waves break further out. So this is kind of the focus, right? They call it the point.
Yeah, the point, yeah. It's where, like, quite a few times the best waves breaks. Of course, we have Barrinha as well in different directions of swell. Barrinha can be like really barreling right-hander and beautiful. We saw Felipe winning there quite a few times. I think it was like two times. Two times. Yeah, and so we know how good Barrinha can be as well. But here on this side of the beach is way more consistent, and that's why we keep competition on this side.
Yeah. Sometimes we used to have a secondary site over at Barrinha for the CT, not here for the CS. And I can tell you, reporting back to you, is that we haven't missed anything over there. So it's not like we've had epic days at Barrinha.
Yeah.
And the best waves have always been here through this entire event window.
True. Pipo.
Banco do Brasil, 2-minute warning. Time for DVD to get going. Here he goes. Needs a big number, 6.67. Nice start. Better effort on the second turn. Well, that looked just like the other waves that I've seen him surf. I don't know if that's going to up the cause. What do you think, Maida?
Oh my God, Kaipo, yeah. It's a 6.67 that he needs. The wave was not that steep. I think he needed to find a steeper session, but look, it was really beautiful, strong turn. A lot of water sprayed on that one. But maybe he needed a little more steep session, a bigger section actually to finish it off. I don't know. Do you see that number coming?
It just seems so similar to his 5.33 and his 5.83. It may go better than the 5.83 because he did up the performance just a little bit, but I don't think he upped it enough to hit that 6.67 mark. Now, hopefully, for David, hopefully I'm jinxing it, but those two already are kind of conceding, and so even David feels probably that he didn't do enough on that one, but we don't know. We're still waiting for the judges. David checking his Apple Watch, saying there's only 20 seconds remaining. And still waiting for the scores.
Yeah, the requirement is kind of high, like 6.67. Jordan was very on point, like finding the best opportunities on that one.
Hey, look I'm going to tell you guys right now, when it's like this, an evenly matched, there's a little bit of luck. I got to be honest. And the fact that Jordan got a 6.67 right at the beginning, and he performed, so he had to perform. But if David got that wave at the beginning, probably the tables would have been turned. You know, there's some luck happening today. It's small, it's inconsistent. We got to be real. That 6-7, that start for Jordy Lawler, that was what made the difference in quarterfinal number 2. I'm going to go on record and say that.
Yeah. I agree with you, Kaipo.
So Jordy Lawler, we're thinking is going to be into the semifinal number 1, but we don't know because there's 5 guys up in the tower, and all that matters is their opinion. And their opinion is coming through as we look at this replay pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close. Kaipo is 6.5, almost there, but it wasn't the requirement. The requirement was 6.67, so it wasn't enough. Unfortunately, this guy is out, and this one is very happy. Good job, well done.
Yeah, that's right. So Jordy Lawler will be meeting Sammy Pupo in semi-final number 1. Coming over, close heat between Jordy Lawler and David Silva. We're going to set up semifinal number 2. How do we do that? Quarterfinal 3 and 4 on the way. Starting with quarterfinal 3, Winter Vincent up against Oscar Berry when we return.
Aqui na etapa do Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro 2025, evento apresentado pela Cero. A corrida foi devidamente apresentada pelos australianos Vincent de vermelho, os Capelli de azul, abrindo o confronto número 3 das quartas de final.
E essa galera testando as emoções, do toque do Brasil, Saquarema Pro 2025.
A really cool Australian clash out there in the water at the moment. Quarterfinal number 3 of the men for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Number 10 on the CS, and number 5, Winter Vincent up against Oscar Berry, 2 good friends and 2 members of the top 10 of the CS rankings at the moment. Mitchell Salazar, the local boy Marcos Bocayuva. Fun waves out there, a bit inconsistent, but we do have 35-minute heats. It's an important round of the quarterfinals. People are looking to make it into the semis for the first time in their careers at this location.
CS is a grinding. People got to know how to, manage to put scores on board with this type of condition. I think the gear will be like key for succeed here. So it's going to be a battle of titans with this all Aussie affair right now.
Well, speaking of a titan out of Australia, he's won a CS event before, and he is downstairs with Manu. Let's go down and see what Jordy Lawler has to say.
Hello guys, I'm here with Jordan, and well, you built a solid score right in the beginning of the heat, and that gave you confidence to win it. Is that right? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. That was fun. Yeah, found a little steep one at the start, and that kind of set me up for the heat for sure. Yeah.
And while you were competing against a Brazilian in Brazil with waves that are not very big, I mean, you cannot performance very good. How do you go out there and win the heat? Is just relax and have fun, or you were like strategist?
Yeah, there's a bit of strategy going on, but yeah, I went for the early this morning. Super early, I was out there and testing out the waves, and I kind of knew what I was in for and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's really fun when they come through. So, yeah, awesome.
It's good to have fun. And now it's semi-final. How do you prepare yourself?
Probably just drink a bunch of coffee and then, I don't know, yeah, just cruise. Yeah.
You've won a CS before. What do you drop from their experience?
What was that, sorry?
You've won a CS before. How do you drop from that experience?
Yeah, I've had a bunch of heats, especially against David and stuff like that. It's been doing comps for so many years, and it's all just learning. Every single heat you kind of learn a little bit, and I don't know. It's kind of like a long time coming kind of thing. I've put in so much work on the challenges, and then the primes before that, and to the Grom days, doing all the Grom comps and stuff. I don't know, yeah. Just happy where it's landing right now, and I'm rolling through it, so yeah.
That's it, just learning and having fun. Back to you guys, good luck.
Thank you, Manu, and I've had the privilege and the honor of actually surfing against Jordy Lawler about a decade and a half ago right now, and this kid, still doing it. He's won a CS event before, and at home. One of the few people that can say they've won a major event at their home break. That's pretty cool. He's into the semis for the first time this year, and a big momentum shift considering that we have 2 more events to go after this one. So a wave ridden already by Winter Vincent. This is his opener. The 3.33, good flow on this one, Marcos, despite the shorter wave. And then Barry, we're waiting on this score for him.
Amazing clash. One rely more on the flow side of things. This one rely more on the raw power type of, hacks. Beautiful upside down surfing. Almost 12 o'clock in the first heat there, first tag. Nice rhythm just to be able to squeeze the third turn there. And talking about Jordan Lawler, my God, Mitch, for me, he's an epiphany of the blue collar type of surfers.
Very top to bottom, a lot of flow, good goofy footer. Take a look at the live rankings at the moment on the CS. 10, Winter Vincent, Oscar Berry at number 5, and we still have Eli Hanneman coming up in the next heat. And Samuel Pupo, he's already into the semi, so a lot of shifting going on. And then Jordy Lawler, as you said, he's doing much better. Number 13 right now, and everybody else in the top 20, they're grayed out for a reason. They're out of the event.
Oh, yeah, great timing for climbing that ladder over there. Extra points. Now, if he go all the way to the final, he's going to be increasing even more his position right now. I love to watch those live rankings scenarios unfolding here.
So 2 good friends out there. Number 5 in the rankings, Oscar Berry, second quarterfinal appearance so far this season. His opener comes through as a 5.67. I don't know if I can say anything bad about this kid. He is so nice, hardworking, comes from a blue-collar family. Father works in construction, mother a hairdresser. And Oscar actually didn't even surf his first QS up until 5 years ago. So he's doing very well at the top of the rankings right now, number 5. Only a few years on the CS. Good work right there. A bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to close that wave out, but Oscar did say that the water much warmer. Both him and Jordy actually said that, you know, full suit early on in the morning, first thing when you're paddling out for a free surf, then afterwards for your heat, you could potentially even trunk it if you want to go for the 35 minutes.
Oh yeah, those choices are so personal. It depends on your body, you know, temperature. It depends on how loose you want to be. And I chat before the heat with Costa. He was changing the full suit for a spring suit. So the south swell is already touching here, the surface, scratching the surface. I love how he moves his board, always with power, always with drive. Beautiful rhythm. He's almost like he's kind of forced because he's so powerful and not heavy, but he's a compact guy, pretty strong.
A true power surfer.
Yeah, true power surfer, man. And props to the Mad Hui crew for sure.
Yeah, a lot of support right there. And you were talking to him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone earlier. I believe he told you, quote, these boards just work and sometimes you break them and the other ones, they don't work as well. So this is a trusty old faithful from him.
Oh yeah, those type of boards you got to put on nice. It just used to compete. You be super careful in the free surfing sessions. We can see the boys, you know, the Dakota Waters there, JP, all the boys. I think it's Coyote there underneath the hat.
Yeah, Kai's working with Winter at this event. Mikey McDonough in the background too. That's
what a crew, man.
That's a talented crew. Xavier Huxtable right there too. Pretty sure all of those guys could be on tour one day.
It's a matter of time, Mitch.
And it's pretty cool. Second quarterfinal appearance this season for Winter Vincent. You know, it's, you know, back end of the event. And I don't blame people for changing their flights. You know, you get a little bit bummed out with yourself. The runner-up to the World Junior title. He's got support, family back home, obviously always watching. But having that support crew, having those people stick around for you, that's loyalty right there. And it goes a long way, especially with big results that are necessary in these types of waves.
Oh, loyalty in your entourage is, man, it's second to none. One thing that you need because you're so far from your home break, from your family, from the support you normally have in your home break. So have that guy as the captain of the crew there with the other guys on the ship also. That's amazing to see those entourages unfolding. You know, the Japanese crew with the flag on top of the head. You know, the French force. Amazing. I want to see, you know, people in Portugal as soon as Yolanda Hopkins, you know, hop on the Lisbon airport. I want to see the full force of the crowd in Portuguese surfing, you know, over there celebrating, you know, the long time overdue qualifying scenario for Yolanda Hopkins.
24 minutes on the clock. Barry has the lead, 5.67, 2.83. And a 5, the best for Winter Vincent, plenty of time. Keijiro Nishi getting his Apple Watch, checking in with JP and the crew down there over at the Beach Marshall area. He's coming up against Eli Hanneman, definitely one of the standouts. And already with this result, he matches his career best at the CS level. Just a great dude all around. He's won multiple QS events. The crew event, actually, which is one of the best waves, I'd say, on the QS schedule.
Oh, yeah, man. Talking about rising to the occasion for the whole, you know, Japanese entourage and crew. Amazing. He's been surfing super crispy, electric, fast, always smiling. I think he have a super strong mindset because you can force. Sometimes you wake up kind of under the weather, but you got to force yourself to be happy. The sun always got to shine at least inside.
Definitely shining right there for him. He's looking for his first semifinal appearance at this kind of level. 23 minutes on the clock. Oscar Berry in the lead. He comes from the Yamba Anguri region. A couple of great waves. Once again, he hadn't really surfed in a QS event up until 5 years ago. Eventually was able to qualify for the World Juniors over at Seaside a few years, and then made it to the Challenger Series. Big thing, but right here, one of the younger kids in the draw, and he is in the quarterfinals. There's Eli Hanneman, former C-tier. He's going to be coming up in the last quarterfinal against Keijiro Nishi. Eli Hanneman, also a former U.S. Open champion himself.
Man, that Keijiro Nishi, Eli Hanneman, he's going to be amazing to watch. Those rippers, they being like standout guys here. throughout the week for sure.
Clash of styles, too. I'm digging it. Yourself, anything in particular that you'd be listening to before your heat conditions like today?
Oh, maybe some hip hop. I think some old school like golden era stuff like Nas, Mos Def, maybe some
Ooh.
Dr. Dre.
Speaking my language.
Yeah, we always speak our buddy's language, man. I love hip hop. As almost like a former DJ, nowadays I just play once in a while just not to retire myself. But my life is being surrounded by music.
So does your music selection depend according to the round or just according to the waves?
More like Charles Darwin stuff, according to the scenario, to the the weather, the location. I think I pay more influence in myself than the timing. Of course, the timing is it's super. Gotta be super precise because you're never gonna listen to trash metal in the beginning of the morning. Gotta go like layers and layers. Maybe reggae first, hip hop, and then metal and hardcore.
Here's the heat leader. Speaking of hardcore, 2.83, Barry's low score, and he just decimated that second section. I mean, for how grindy that wave was, he did absolutely as good as he could have right there. Just under 21 minutes on the clock. There is no doubt that he will be improving on the 2.83, but once again, just making sure that he's completing a lot of waves is something that we've seen success from both of these surfers throughout the event, especially Winter has been posting massive scores considering how difficult that's been out there, especially in the four-person heats. But Oscar looking to improve a high 2 right here.
Beautiful spray in the first turn, upside down, almost 12 o'clock in the second one. Nice rhythm connecting like the inside session there. Squeezing one more turn there. Beautiful lines, beautiful rhythm. Two types of different strategies going on. I think it's more settle, more calm, Winter, and it's grinding, trying to squeeze any waves over there, Oscar Barry.
Well, Barry not really traveling with any kind of coach, so he's basically doing his own program right now. Winter Vincent working with the great Kai Otten, former winner at this venue, former championship tour surfer for many years. He actually won a CT event, did Kai in Portugal. But right here, this heat, two of the younger surfers in the draw at the moment. Barry.
Beautiful set coming, Mitch.
It seems that way.
Yeah. Let's see.
And Winter Vincent with priority. He's been methodical in his approach in this sense. He's typically on the better waves, and he's up. Bit behind the section. This could benefit the tall frame surfer. Second turn is beautiful. Technique could not have gotten any better than that, and still waiting on the previous score from Oscar in the blue. It'll be extending his lead, and depending on what he gets, the requirement could be higher for Winter Vincent. At the moment, needing a 3.51.
And for Winter, it's super tough because the frame of the dude, he's around like 6'3", 6'4" almost, and to squeeze some couple of turns inside those almost waist high level of surfing. And I gotta rewind a little bit the tape talking about music. I would start the morning with maybe Dope Lemon just to call some names from down under, and then continue it maybe to Tammy Impala, and then finish the evening with Wolf Mother.
Good music selections right there. 18:30 on the clock. So the previous one in for Barry, it's a 5.27. That means that Vincent now needs the best of the heat, close to a 6, a 5.94 to be exact. And he's riding the Formula One as Winter, one of the better models that Mayhem's provided in the last few years. Saying better, they have a ton of really good models and boards, obviously, but as of late, it seems like Cole Hauschman really enforcing the big rig and the F1.
Okay.
And in the end, it seems like a lot of these boards really benefiting the taller frame surfers, including Winter out there at the moment.
Oh yeah, and what about Met Biology itself, the whole company, being the leader of the CT, construction rankings. I love those, to watch those, to call those construction rankings with, DHD, JS, the battle between, California battle between, Lost and Sharp Eye, and then CI. Man, amazing. Kudos to all designers, to all the guys from the surf factories, from glass side apart. This is Winter Vincent with you, Mitch.
Yeah, under priority too, so this thing could be a gem. First turn strong, second car, very beautiful too. A lot of flow on this one. Looking for some steepness. He got it on the inside and made the most out of what seemed to be a subpar wave right here. Great work by the young surfer out of Sydney, 20 years of age, this year's runner-up to the World Junior title. And with 17 minutes on the clock, this was a gem really on the inside.
Beautiful jam, almost waist-high wave. Beautiful turn, sitting that snap. Look at that last comb over there, and then the fourth and the fifth. Beautiful stanchion. A lot of traction on rails, rail to rail. Beautiful flow, man.
Well, needing basically a 6. And once again, at the very least, I'd say 6'3", maybe getting close to 6'4", this guy. And consider the size of this wave right here. It's a big brother on this wave.
A big brother is, annihilating a small wave, man. And we can see right now a little, texture going on with the wind.
16 minutes on the clock. It could potentially be a house divided. Let's check in with the Australians, with Rachel.
Yeah, Mitch, I'm here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone again with the Australian crew. Guys, what do you root for in a heat with two Aussies in the water?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. We're all really good mates, and obviously Obez is doing really well in the ratings right now. Winter's had a good result, and yeah, it's just good to see all the lads doing really well and know that you've got a guaranteed someone in the semis.
Yeah, I mean, both really good mates, so we're cheering for them as much as each other, and we're stoked to see all the Aussies doing well. Geordie just got through, so yeah, we'll be down here hopefully most of the day and cheering one of them up at the end of the day, so frothing.
So Oscar has no coach for this event. Which one of you could be his coach?
This guy right here. Dakota,
No, I didn't do anything. He's working with Timmy Mack back at home, who's just about to have a kid, so yeah.
Apparently you guys are like in Saquarema because one of you changed your flights to go early home. You wanted to stay in support?
Yeah, a few of us, a few of the lads changed their flights, and then, I don't know, we were just like, I might as well hang around, and I think we might go to Rio for a couple of days, so yeah, I don't know, just sitting, it's pretty warm, water's warm, beach, sunny, it's not the worst thing in the world.
That's amazing.
It's good fun. Yeah, it's been awesome.
Thank you guys, thank you very much. Thanks you guys.
That's a crew right there. That's a true crew. Zave Huxtable, George Pitar, Dakota Walters, the unofficial coach for Oscar Berry, Tim McDonald back home working with him when he's there. Winter Vincent up and riding, still waiting on his previous score. A 5.94 or better is what he needed on that one. This one seems like it's going to come short, but still waiting on the previous one, which has potential to be the requirement. Just over 14 minutes on the clock. And what not to love about Saquarema, really, the acai included. And the previous one is enough. It's a 6:07. So just what the doctor ordered, a close heat right here, 11:07 to 10.94 at the moment, the heat totals.
Yeah, neck-to-neck surfing between both of the Rippers from down under. And I think, guys, if you guys that are listening to us right now, you guys going to go to the sightseeing scene in Rio around like Monday and Tuesday. You're going to find a pack of Aussies maybe around the Christ the Redeemer.
6:07. See the 5 scores right there. So only one did say it was under. But in the end, you throw out the high and the low. Average comes through as a 6:07. And now Oscar needing a 5.41 has first priority and plenty of time out there with 13:30 on the clock in quarter number 3. And once again, Oscar Berry, number 5 in the rankings. He has had a standout year, really, especially considering how young he is in his early 20s. And not just that, really only started to surf kind of at this level 4 or 5 years ago, and he is into another quarterfinal so far in 2025. Vincent Berry, tight heat out there at the moment in quarterfinal number 3. It is stop number 5 of the Challenger Series. Be right back with more action from Saquarema.
azul correndo atrás agora de 5,41 para avançar de fase. Tempo de bateria mais 11 minutos e 30. A próxima já está se preparando. Bateria de número 4, fechando as quartas de final. Aqui no Sérgio Pastoreiro, vamos lá, galera. Hanneman, de vermelho, enfrentando o japonês.
A little bit of everything here in Saquarema. It is stop number 5 at the Challenger Series level. We also have a Championship Tour event right here in the month of June. Everything happens. You had Children's Day last weekend. You have a Challenger Series event. People qualify right here. Truly is a magical place where dreams come true. Mitchell with Marcos, and Marcos, yourself a local to the area right here in Rio. Oscar Berry has the potential to not only get on the Championship Tour, but potentially winning his first event later on this season if he's able to do it right here in Sacktown.
Amazing mojo, rising to the occasion, nice rhythm for Oscar. Have nothing to lose over here. As you were telling before we had to the commercial break, he is a late bloomer, and nowadays he have like a big case to analyze, have inspiration from. Iago Dora was just into soccer all the way till 14 years old, and then start like eating, like as we say in a metaphor here in Brazil, you know, walks with granola and just digging into surfing after like the teenage first years. And nowadays he's a world champion. You know why? Where is Iago right now? Doing a surf flick over Antarctica. Pretty, you know, flipping conditions from Saquarema, warm vibes here.
That seems cold.
Yeah.
Oscar actually thought that he was going to become a professional skater at one point. And at the age of 13, he kind of got barreled one time, and he's like, I'm going to stick to surfing instead. Waiting on a score on his previous ride. He needs a 5-4-1 to flip the heat and take the lead. 8 minutes and 40 on the clock in quarter 3. Here's the heat leader now, Vincent. And solid second smash right there from Winter, but he is looking to improve on a 5. Let's see if it does that or better. With 8:20, this is a tight heat, Marcos. 11:07, 10:94, almost tied at the moment out there.
Oh yeah, judges are right now like splitting hairs. First turn of Winter was kind of slow because of the power of the wave itself was lacking on power, but the second one, the sting was nice, but he lost a little flow, and he's the king of flow.
Winter last year, his first year on the Challenger Series, one of the few people that have finished inside the top 20 in their very first year. I think that says a lot about, you know, the hype that was around him, but really how much he's improved overall in his career. 4 events so far outside of this one. Best result, the 5th at Newcastle. Couple of 17s, Bolito and Ediceda. Those aren't bad results. You could easily keep one of those, but ideally still looking for his first win at this level. Could potentially come later on today, later on this weekend.
Oh yeah, he gotta keep pushing, and as a runner-up for a junior championship against, you know, Bronson Maddy in the beginning of the year.
Maybe, to me, the best final I've ever seen at that level too, and there's been plenty of them.
Whoa,
you know,
whoa.
But Bronson Maddy had a 10 in the final. Winter had an 8.5. The kid rips, going right, going left, and he's made massive improvements on the back end. As he has said leading up to the event, I went left so much after Portugal. I hadn't gone right until one of my heats here.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Oscar now. Ooh, that's a massive first snap for Barry. A lot of spray. Judges will eat that up. 6 minutes and 50, but he is needing something more on the inside, though. Needs a mid-5. Good work right there by Oscar, 6 minutes and 40.
A onda não cooperou muito.
The
Tá ali o
Aussie
Oscar
crew on the
Berry
beach, Andy
atrás de
Robinson, Sophie
5,41.
McCulloch,
Tempo de
Liam
bateria
O'Brien
mais
and
6
company.
minutos e 30.
The golf clap.
Oh yeah, I love those golf claps and India Robinson there. He's trying, man. He's putting a lot of effort. He had such a heavy back footer. Sometimes it's hard to squeeze a couple of turns in these weak sessions there.
So 6 minutes right here. At least posing the question.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
There
There's
was
a question mark there.
Bit of separation between really the first aggressive snap and the last one, but a lot of quality right there.
Beautiful first term, almost 12 o'clock. Nice rhythm, trying to squeeze some momentum there just to be able to do less sting over there.
And judges really got a decision to make right here. Do you like the one single moment, or do you like the combo that we saw from Vincent on the 607? The score really that he requires is half a point less than Winter Vincent's best.
Oh yeah, man. That's why we gotta use the cliche, splitting hairs over the, the judges' booth there. And talking about styles, man, he kind of have some glimpse. I've been watching feeling some glimpse of Pedro Barros, just because we were chatting about skateboarding with Oscar Berry, and Pedro is right now in a super duper, skate tour in Bali with Grayson Flasher also.
Couple of really good surfers that have come through at this event that have won with similar styles, and Berry takes the lead of 5.57, just enough. Razor close heat. Vincent used priority right there with 5 minutes to go, and he won't be able to retake the lead right here. He needs a 5.17. What a great heat this one.
Dakota was happy.
Well, they're traveling together. They're actually staying together, and this is a big momentum shift for either guy that makes it out of this heat right now. 5.17, the requirement for Winter. Easily capable to get it with a single maneuver, too. We haven't seen him gone right in this heat so far. He has an air game.
Yeah, amazing air game. And for Oscar Berry type, side of things, amazing timing to overcome Winter right now. And with the priority?
Yeah, well, that's the big thing right here. And I don't think Winter realized, priority was probably going to be that big of a thing before he caught that wave. Remember, that score came in literally as he was paddling into the wave too, so fortunately for him, Berry does block him on that one. 5.17 what Winter Vincent needs, and it's been a razor close heat at the moment. 11.24 to 11.07. Let's see how we got to this point of the heat with our Natura Kayak heat recap. 5.67, 5.57 for Oscar Berry. Meanwhile, Winter Vincent been very active. 9 waves ridden so far, Marcos. A 5 and a 6.07 for the kid out of Sydney.
Beautiful stings there for Oscar. Nicely flowy surfing from Winter. We're almost winning 12 o'clock in the first heat. There was espresso going there, man. Oh, that one was a 3-turn combo. This one was a grower, little grower.
So this is the best of the heat at the moment, Marcos. 6.07 under priority too on this wave.
I love the traction and the transition between turns, rail to rail. This sting there, ooh, beautiful really.
And then Berry was able to retake the lead right here, especially with that first strong moment at the beginning.
The clash between power and flow. Amazing 100% Aussie affair here. Like Robert Whittaker used to shout in UFC, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oh, an all Aussie battle right now, and a great one. 2:50 on the clock. Vincent now with priority needs a 5.17. They have both caught 9 waves. A lot of them really just throwaways in and outs, but at least creating opportunities, trying. You can see the numbers highlighted. You get 11 points today. I mean, realistically, you're looking at 15 points anywhere else. Those are well-earned 11 points by both of them.
Oh, double digits itself, it's amazing to achieve. Talking about finding some diamonds in the rough here.
At this point, everybody's had to grind a couple of QS events.
Oh, yeah.
Some pro juniors, a lot of amateur events.
And this is almost like the epiphany of the conditions that you're going to find anywhere else in the QS, in the regionals, in the CS, in like Huntington. There's the Saquarema hop here also. There's more rail to rail.
Hitting the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Fun heat out there at the moment between two good friends. Guys that have surfed against each other for a number of years on the regional qualifying series scene. And both members top 10 right now of the rankings. Winter Vincent at number 10, Oscar Berry at number 5.
A lot of classifications, implications going on right now.
Yeah, and neither of them at the moment have a chance to qualify right here, but better positioning is involved though, heading into pipeline.
Oh, heading to pipeline, you gotta, put some, numbers on your mark, on your bracket, because there's always extra pressure there.
Especially a lot of people haven't had the chance to compete there. Some people have had the chance to free surf.
To train itself, it's a grinding thing.
I'd actually argue it's more difficult to train than would be to compete, personally.
Oh, yeah.
Too many people, small takeoff spot right there.
Big privilege to surf there just against your opponent, or maybe even in a four-man heat.
And it's kind of been the same scenario right here during the free surf, says 55 seconds. Vincent with priority needs a 5.17. Kid can do it with one single maneuver. We haven't seen him go right so far in this heat. Not many available, though, unfortunately, for him. And Winter, one of the most consistent surfers out of the event, with priority, needs a 5.17. Meanwhile, Barry, the heat leader, is low score, a 5.57. And with 25 seconds, not a whole lot on the horizon right here, Marcos.
Oh, it's a shame, man. I would love to see, Winter have an extra chance just to be able to provide a show for us here.
He did anyways. I mean, once again,
Head
11
high
points.
Anyhow.
Yeah, this was a great heat, a good matchup between two fellow Aussies. But today is going to belong to Oscar Berry. Good show of sportsmanship right here. And we could potentially see these two guys qualify later on the season. Really nice support right there from the Aussies on the beach to both of these surfers. Oscar Berry moves through into his first semifinal appearance at the CS level. Winter Vincent with another 5th place finish in 2025. He is in the top 10 at the moment, looking good to potentially qualify later on this season. Last quarter of the round, Eli Hanneman taking on Keijiro Nishi when we return to Saquarema for stop number 5 of the Challenger Series Tour.
Congratulations, both of you guys.
Bem, começou e a bateria está devagar. As séries deram a subida nesse momento, vai ser ali.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
Typically a quiet beach town, but not this weekend. It is the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. The Challenger Series is in town. We have quarter 4 out there of the men. Eli Hanneman, number 6 in the rankings, against Keijiro Nishi, Japanese surfer, number 21, already matching his best result at the CS level ever. Meanwhile, Eli Hanneman has been on a tear, coming off of a 3rd in Eriseda. Really good sportsmanship right there between the two Aussies coming out of heat number 3. And good support by the Aussies on the beach towards them too. Gonna be hearing from Oscar Berry in a few minutes. Career best result already, semi here in Sacktown. Eli Hanneman out there in the red. He's been on tour before. He qualified at this location a few years ago, and he is up and riding. Already has an 8.5 earlier on this event. Woo! And the Lahaina kid going to town right there. You better claim that too. 3.5 off of the clock already. Number 6 in the rankings for a good reason. And we just saw him smash a wave right here, Marcos.
My chin is so down right now. How about those blast turns? Beautiful snaps with a lot of rail engagement there. Whoa, the size of the turn itself is way like double the size of the wave itself.
His wife to the left, his coach, Chris Gallagher, to the right. They got to be very pleased with what they just saw out of Eli.
And the other guy on the left side was super pleased because it's John, the coach for Yo-Yo. He accomplished his task, man. He qualified Yo-Yo. Look at the turns, guys. First snap, huge. The second one, humongous. And then click the third sting with rail to rail without catching any part of his gear there. Woof. Electric surfing from Eli.
Well, and he's just quick.
Yeah.
Like, he goes quick in transition, and the kid knows how to place his board in the right spot at the right time. Slow-mo right here, especially the second turn. Critical, Marcos.
Oh, the money turn was there, man. And how about those combinations, man? Rail to rail, sting in the right parts of the wave. Wow.
That's what happens when you surf Lahaina Harbor almost every day. And the score is in. It's an 8.17 for the Maui kid. One of his excellent scores so far in this event. He already has an 8.5 in previous rounds, too. He's on a tear once again.
Oh, yeah.
Already 2 quarters or better so far this year, and he wants to go the distance in this event right here in Brazil.
And showing a lot of variety, a lot of versatility. The ability of adaptation right now is second to none. Talking about being a standout right now, he's the favorite, man.
You know, especially when you're winning with big numbers.
Yeah,
I think that's when you really see some separation right there. His second ride here, under priority, working this wave well. Good flow, and if things going really flat on him, he's going to kick out, but that's going to be a decent backup at the moment. 5.5 off of the clock right here, and he's already going to put Nishi in a combination situation early on.
He's putting Nishi against the ropes right now because sooner or later he's going to touch the, 2 digits over there, the scores. Let's see, Keiji.
Yeah, and this kid has just been ripping all event too. Riding a carbon board by Tokoro. So opting for something just a bit springier out there at the moment. First quarterfinal appearance this season. Though he has made it to the quarters in previous years. Got a 9th at this location last year. So doing at least one better right now. His opener just a 2. 28.50 remaining in quarterfinal number 4. And he's got a tough task now. But one thing about Keijiro, he's been successful in Asia. He's won multiple QS events too, so guy knows how to win. Hanneman, former CTer, former US Open champion. That is how he qualified, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most progressive surfers on the planet. One of the quickest surfers also around the globe. So his previous ride comes in out of 4. Might be seeing an improvement right here.
Oh, amazing speed. Check it out, first turn, almost a setup to explode this tail slide reverse fidget spinner style. The boy was stacking clips way before heading to the competition scene. From above, that will be insane to watch, man.
So Lahaina local, longtime manager Sean Ward. He's always been under the tutelage of Sean. And
whoa, a Reaper itself, he was runner-up back in the beginning of the 2000s in Guarujá in an event. Sean Ward.
Yeah, in Sao Paulo, right?
Yeah. South coast of São Paulo, the place that brings us Mr. ADS, Adriano de Souza.
Nishi now. That's some great surfing on the forehand. And for somebody...
I love the support crew.
That is Shohei Kato's mom, by the way, on the left right there. She has been probably the loudest person on the beach all event long and really good vibes. Amuro Suzuki and the crew right there on the beach too, supporting Keijiro.
Some props to my long time no see, my friend Miyuki Onozato from Japan. If you're listening, aloha from Brazil, Miyuki.
I was gonna say, to be able to do this on the forehand is so complex.
Man, my favorite goofy so far, so good for Keijiro. Beautiful surfing, like a Kalani Hop 3.0, man.
Then looking at the Banco Brasil replay, another angle right here. Fitting that carve in such a tight space, so complicated. It's a lot of pressure on your hips too.
Oh yeah, a lot of torque there on the core. Amazing, man. It's a different science, you know, surfing forehand and surfing backhand.
So 26 and a half on the clock. 8:17.55, the top two of Hanneman. Gonna see Nishi's best right here. At the moment, in a combination situation, but a 3.67 or better will get him out of that combo. He's won multiple events in Asia before on the regional qualifying series. And so far, so good within the CS and the few years he's been on. At the moment, hovering around number 21. Looking for a possibility to potentially crack the top 10 with a better result right here.
That would be legendary, man. And talking about color, you know, hair color, this even mock style suits him super well.
Oh, he's combining everything.
Yeah.
You know, the board, the hair, the style.
Yeah.
And the goofy footer out there drops a 6.83 on a second ride, so he's in the mix now. Needs almost an identical wave. Once again, a 6.85 or better. Second priority. And Hanneman not biting on this one. He's going to let him go, but think has potential down the line. It's a cool layback. Comes out of it with a smile.
Let's stack some clips on this heat, man. This is what I call an amazing entourage, man.
Well, they just got the news of his second score, the 6.83, and they just went bananas right there. That's cool.
Oh, super cool, man.
Normally, they're not this vocal, and
Yeah.
I think so far in this event, they've probably been some of the loudest supporters.
Well, the
on
combination between sushi and like acai here, they're providing a lot of electricity for the Japanese entourage crew.
So comes through 4.23, not enough, but still radical.
Man, those numbers for just one layback hack, cool.
Another angle, Marcos.
Tutorial, guys, take notes.
And the flexibility you have to have, that is difficult to do.
And talking about how responsive is this board, both of those guys' boards are functioning so well, so crispy, so lightning fast.
24:20 on the clock. Good heat by Oscar Berry, but unfortunately, Manu, he did have to take out his good friend, Winter Vincent, in the process.
Yeah, guys, Oscar just won one more heat, and you found that wave at the end of the heat against the friend. It seems to be a mix of emotions. How was that for you? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really hard. Like, Winter's a super good friend of mine. We stayed together in Portugal, and we're pretty tight. So it's obviously pretty bittersweet. Like, it's so hard coming up against your mates and beating them, and you know, especially for both of us, that was such a huge heat. You know, like, Winter's sort of right in 10th at the moment, I think, and I'm sort of up the top end of the rankings now because of that heat. So that was massive, and obviously feel for Winter, but I'm like, I nearly swore, but I'm so happy for myself right now. Like, that was really, really big heat. So yeah, I'm pumped.
Congratulations. And before the heat, we were talking about superstitions, guys. I'm not going to tell them what was your superstition, but I really believe in superstitions and visualizing what you want. Like, when you visualize you go into the championship tour here in Saquarema, like winning the event, how do you feel?
Oh, it's I don't know, the start of the event, it's always so hard. Like, you see stuff, there was a post that was like, you know, if I was to win the comp and that would, and other sort of results go my way, I could be qualified here. But you look at that and just go, oh, it's so far away. Like, the final's such a, you know, it's fairy tale. But now I'm in the semis, it's kind of getting closer. So it's like, it is right there. Obviously another couple of heats. I know Eli and Kajira are both super in form at the moment. They've been ripping so hard. So whoever it's against, it's going to be a pretty good heat. So hopefully we get some fun waves. I don't know what today's going to do. I think the tide's going to be pretty high, but whether it's today, tomorrow, Sunday, I don't really care. I'm keen to go, and yeah, I'm ready whenever.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Hard not to root for a kid like that. Congratulations to Oscar. He's into the semifinals for the first time in his career at the Challenger Series level, taking down number 10 at the moment in the rankings, Winter Vincent. And some big news right here. Live rankings. Whoa. Oscar Berry moves up 5 spots with already a guaranteed third at the very least. He is now leading Luke Thompson down to second place. And look at where Eli Hanneman and Samuel Pupo are at the moment, 6 and 7. But huge news for Oscar right now with still 2 more events to go.
When you put your name on the map on the quarterfinals and then you go ahead and click a result and go to the semifinals, that's what's happened, guys. Not climbing the ladder, he's jumping the ladder right there. Whoa, amazing.
So we will be keeping you up to date, just depending on what situations happen, considering the math and whatnot, but there are still 2 more events, so potential for him to qualify depending on other results at this location, but he still has 2 other venues to go to in case it doesn't happen right here. Nishi, he's needing a 6.85 in second place at the moment. Good heat out there in the water too. We saw really some competitive heat so far in this round. This one not falling far behind from it. 20:45 on the clock, and Keijiro has a 6.83, a couple of well-earned 4s. And this last one just going to be a throwaway for the surfer out of Japan. Banco do Brasil replay. And Eli really using priority well. He's letting these ones go by underneath him.
Oh, yeah, he didn't bite, didn't block, Keijiro. And I think he was right. And Keijiro was trying to find some leverage after the floater to be able to sting like a more crispy turn.
Yeah, this one, the 4.73, so his second best now, but not enough for the lead. Meanwhile, Hanneman very efficient with the scoreline. 5-5 his backup. He's thrown away a 4. And with 20 minutes to go, the fact that they've already gotten all these waves, all these scores, I mean, realistically, you're making a good amount of heats just with the results already right here in this one. And there's only been 15 minutes gone by in this heat.
Oh my God, man, they're stacking almost clips and waves and talking about right off the gate, Eli, connecting those blasts, combination of 3 major turns, and, that provides him an 8.17. This is huge.
8.17, yeah. Well, Maui historically has always had great talent, great surfers. Dusty Payne, first ever to qualify. You had Imai, Eli, and Ian Gentile at one point on tour together. But Kai Barger, Clay Marzo, I mean, I could go on and on with the talent coming out of Maui, but Eli's kind of been the one guy that you've noticed since he was young, had the talent. As you said, he was stacking clips, really good in the air, but overall, he's won a major event already at the CS level. That was the US Open a few years ago to qualify.
He got a legend status already, man, talking about those Maui boys. Kai Barger being like a former world junior champion.
Yep.
Well, Michael and DeVoe, man, how about the style of that dude, man? He rips. Cody Young, Ian Gentile.
Yep. Good call out right there with the young brothers too. 18:45, Hanneman at the moment leading. Women's semifinals are on after this heat, and it's a friendly fire battle between the 2 Echevarri sisters. They're going to be matching up in semi number 1 when we return to Saquarema.
One of the biggest events we have the entire year. A lot of people hopeful to make that leap up to the championship tour. The stakes are really high.
You want to talk about emotion, you want to talk about passion.
I think this is as good as Huntington gets.
For these longboarders, this is a massive stage.
A lot of people might not understand how huge this event is for all the surfers.
Best, hungriest surfers on the planet fighting to achieve their dreams.
You can watch the U.S. Open episode of Inside Pro Surfing live on WorldSurfLeague.com. We got a former champion of the U.S. Open out there at the moment, Eli Hanneman, winning the event back in 2023. And if you win in Huntington, you can probably win anywhere else worldwide. 16 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 4. The Banco Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Keijiro Nishi out there in the blue, Marcos. He's coming up against a tough customer in Eli at the moment. Needs a 6.85 to move up in a first. And, you know, his last 4 waves, 4.23, 4.73, throwing away another 4 and a 3-point ride. He has truly tried. But considering that we have an outlier in this heat, score-wise, an 8.17, it is making a massive difference for Eli Hanneman, the leader at the moment.
That wave provide to Eli, amazing. I love this. The last heat, the last wave of Kijiro, the almost like snap into lip slides there. Crispy surfing for the Japanese boy.
You can't blame him for trying.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
he's gone on 6 waves already right here, still needing the 6.85, and he has a wave that is basically the requirement that he needs, the 6.83. So all you need to do, I mean, when you think of it that way, you're like, I need that wave again.
Oh, yeah. That's why he's rolling the dice and keep like trying to improve.
The guy shreds too, but you walk by him every day, he's smiling, he's such a chill dude, obviously rips, but he's a competitive machine too.
Oh, yeah?
I think that's a common misconception with surfers out of Japan, that because they're so nice, so polite, so respectful, that they're not aggressive, they can't compete. They have a successful tour back home, and a good amount of them don't want to leave because they have it good right there.
Oh, yeah. I'm throwing a lot of glimpses from surfers into the surfers here, but I got to throw some glimpses from Takuru Kajusi Sakuraba from Pride back in the time, you know, MMA, a legend, that clashed with a lot of Brazilians.
Well, speaking of clashing, ooh, a quick one right there for Eli, but I think there was just too much size in that wave where he probably thought that he had to play some defense right there. So Hanneman uses priority to block him. It's not going to change his situation, and now priority with the surfer in blue, Nishi. Competitive heat out there at the moment.
Yeah, and those, you know, bigger sets, sometimes they can confuse yourself because you think the bigger wave is going to be the one that's going to, you know, open up for you to blast some couple of turns, and sometimes it went super fast, tape off super quickly.
Is that similar to where you're from in the city too?
Yeah, same thing. Barra da Tijuca have almost the same type of shape of those waves here.
So bigger, not always better.
Oh yeah, and the Barra da Tijuca difference from the sandbars to the channels is more because of foundation of big buildings, man. Now they're residing Rio Tavares, no buildings there. There's less those scenes without like a big, you know, steady sandbar and a channel. A steady sandbar and a channel. Barra da Tijuca is one after the other, man.
You know what's so funny about this place is that most times, despite this being a beach break, the left tends to be the more consistent wave. We've only seen so far out of the 3 men that have won at the CS level, only one of them being a goofy footer. Although we've had a lot of goofy footed finalists though.
Oh, yeah.
David Silva last year, and of course Mihimana Bray back in 2023. And that year, finals day was huge back in 2023. And Eli qualified with that result at this location, kind of putting people on the map thinking, okay, big waves, kid can surf those kind of waves too.
And he's proving he can excel on the small wave also, as he excelled back in the day in the calendar in UFC, HB US Open.
Well, the thing about Huntington Beach, everybody's got to go through there. The US Open, as our colleague Chris Cote said in Inside Pro Surfing, this might be the biggest event of the year. And
oh yeah,
Potentially it is.
Size-wise, for sure.
I also think another thing about Huntington, it's such a long event. You don't necessarily know when you're going to surf back-to-back heats. It can change drastically within 48 hours.
Oh, yeah, there's longboarding. Back in the day, there was BMX exhibitions, skate demos, rock and roll and punk rock concerts.
So the point being, you have to go through so many different conditions, and it's almost a replica right here. You have big festival outside of the water too, wave changes on the daily, you get all different types of swells, water temperature too.
HB is Surf City, USA, Saquarema, Surf City, Brazil.
Yeah, the Maracanã of surf, right?
The Mecca.
11:20 on the clock. Nishi needing a 6.85. Hanneman been extremely efficient with his waves so far. He's cut 5, the last 2 just in and out, but one of them mainly being a block with priority. And he's going to try to bait Nishi into this one. He does. And Keijiro just a bit too far behind the opening section. It was a good sell by Eli. He forced him to use priority. And now, once again, in a better position to advance right here. He already has a semi this year. That was at the last stop in Edeseda. And so far in 2025, Hanneman has at least 3 quarters guaranteed.
Oh, yeah. And the experience inside of CT, I think, is providing some extra gear, some, you know, extra knowledge. And by the side of Eli right now, he's playing the cards so well. He's blasting, using his best surfing outside of the water with the best, you know, game plan also.
Just think, you know, the CT, not to say that people aren't talented here. You have people that have just been on tour for 10, 15 years, and they know how to win those close heats.
Oh, yeah.
And for somebody like Eli, who was a rookie on tour back in 2024, especially with the cut, you're not making one crucial heat. There's so much pressure going into the next event. And not only did that happen to him, it happened to a lot of people the last few years.
Oh, it's crucial. Sometimes there's those battles, you know, like a battle right now from the quarterfinals to the semifinals. This is so huge for him. Be able to climb a few more slots inside of the ranking.
9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in quarterfinal number 4. Earlier this morning, Raquel was able to catch up with Costa.
I'm here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Costa. And Kawa, we have to say congratulations because your performance was actually going really good. You were controlling the start of the heat. Tell us how was this experience, and parabéns again.
Thank you. Yeah, it was always a dream, stay with the big guys, the big names on tour. And yeah, I'm feeling good, feeling happy for the opportunity. And I want to say thank you, Lord, for that. It's my dream, stay here with the best guys. And I want to say thank you for my sponsor and my family for the support. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Big congrats to Costa, his personal best result here at the Challenger Series level as a Banco Brasil wild card. Looking at Keijiro Nishi now, 8:35 remaining in the last quarter. It's a big blast. Still some more room, and this wave doubling up. Well done by Nishi. So, needs a 6.85. The crew on the beach loves it.
Whoa, man. At least he provides right now a question mark on top of our screen. Oh, my God.
He ripped that wave.
Whoa,
he ripped that wave.
Tearing apart, man.
This is a good heat. I love that everybody's actually surfing to their level, to their capacity.
Oh, yeah.
In a round that's so important right here.
And how about the boards? You know, they're electric, both boards, man.
Yeah, the Mayhem for Hanneman, Tokoro for Nishi. He went with the carbon once again today.
And normally it's almost like a cliche for Tokoro's side, you know, for Hawaiian shapers to be able to, you know, to shape those step-ups, those guns, and seeing like electric surfing from a Tokoro in such a like waist-high type of wave. Oof.
Yeah, but we've seen Seth Moniz ride
Oh,
Tokoros
yeah.
for a long time. You know, Ezekiel Lau.
Kudos to Zeke.
Wade and Kerry, they know what they're doing over there, and especially with new technologies, new materials available, there's plenty of different things that you can rely on to get just a bit more spring, a bit more speed.
Yeah, in the construction side of things, oh my God, is a technology revolution going on.
Ben Skinner, one of the greatest longboarders in the world, said that if it weren't for Formula One, he probably wouldn't have seen more improvement, as we're seeing the carbon being used by Nishi.
Oh, yeah.
Needs a 685 right here.
I love Ben Skinner, the kid. His rips also. Lucas Skinner. Beautiful transitions, crispy surfing, super fast, lightning fast, man. And from above, whoa, surf flick right now, in real time.
I think, you know, if we would have seen the better section into the lip line, probably thinking there's no doubt. But right here, as we've been saying all heat long, master of flow out there with Nishi. And it comes in under, it's a 6.1, so still in second, but great heat. 12.93 heat total for the guy in second, 13.67 for Hanneman in the lead. And there is Keijiro, 6.1. So not a single judge saying it was enough, but a couple coming close to it.
Oh, he's getting close. He's knocking the door, man. What a clash, man. The judges right now is just splitting hairs, and the the contrast between like the more uprighting, more pivot turns from Eli with buckets on spray, fast on tradition, Keijiro.
Hanneman now the heat leader. Just a small setup turn right there, much better on the second one. And a defensive move by Eli with 5 minutes and 40. Quick in and out for Nishi behind him. Let's see if he is able to recover priority before Eli makes it back out. Hanneman traveling here with his wife, Coach Chris Gallagher. And Gally was on the championship tour.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day.
A legend.
Great shaper. Coach Finn McGill also supporting him in the background, fellow surfer out of Hawaii.
Such a young legend, Finn, man. What a well-rounded guy.
Former world junior champ himself. But Gally, you know, coming out of Santa Cruz, you know, his generation of Santa Cruz surfers might be called the best generation of surfers out of that location. Jason Ratboy Collins, Adam Rapogo was also on tour.
Sean Barney Barrow.
Pete Mel, of course, our colleague.
Daryl Frivirosco.
Yeah, so there's a lot of guys
yeah,
right
we can
there
podcast about those guys, man.
that made a big impact, including the impact that we're seeing right here from the Echevarri sisters. The two bass into the semis, first time they've met up.
Goosebumps all over my body right now, man.
In head-to-head competition at a CS event. So a big moment for the two of them. Older sister Yanita, younger surfer Annette. Hanneman here, the heat leader up and riding. Throws a tail, that's a cool reverse. He's looking to improve on a 5.5. And some more speed down the line. Well done by Eli Hanneman, somehow able to get just enough speed and a pretty large rotation considering how much he had to slow down halfway through that wave. Once again, women's semis are on, coming on after men's quarterfinal number 4. And so far, Eli Hanneman, you get him the right section, he'll make you pay.
Fidget spinner type of, transition into the Disco and Frisco. Black and Decker used to call this trick a Black and Decker. Beautiful rotation on this tail slide, backside reverse. The second one, he didn't have any leverage to throw that turn, man.
Just the readjustment right there, though. I mean, getting speed once again, that is so hard to do, Marcos.
Blasting a tail slide, whoa, with a lot of intent and risk. There's such a tiny session there.
So smaller wave, doesn't improve. It's a 4.93, but still, well done.
Showing authority, Mitch.
Well, you get the crowd on your side, you get people on the beach involved, the beach announcer saying your name. So there's always a bit more pressure added when you're riding and just making sure that your opponent knows that there's potential to improve always. 250 on the clock right here. And especially under priority, it's never a mistake to go on a wave that has potential.
Oh, you got to grind maybe to put your numbers up. Amazing effort, big authority from Eli Hanneman right now.
Let's see how we got to this point of the heat. Natura Kayak heat recap of quarterfinal number 4. Opened up strong, the best score of the day so far, 817 for the kid from Maui.
Best plane, open with a banger. Talking about rhythms, big sprays, beautiful connection into turns, beautiful flow.
Then the backup of 5.5, the one he's keeping with the big blowtail reverse.
Beautiful blowtail, man.
And then Nishi Well, he's had two really good moments, 6.83, 6.1, but still in second place, Marcos.
Keep pushing, knocking the door there. Crispy on the traditional, super flowy, rail to rail. The board is functioning so well. This Tokoro's magic stick.
7 waves for Eli, 9 for Nishi. So both of them have been active 16 minutes, or 16 waves, excuse me, in nearly 34 minutes gone by. The two best highlighted right there.
There was something unique about the rhythm of the waves the whole entire week, Mitch, because even in the smallest day like today, the ocean is providing a little rhythm for the heats. There are not so many minutes going steady and playing the cards, the tactics cards so much. They're just surfing and riding.
Also, you get to a point in the quarters where you are talking about the very best of the very best that have gotten to this point. So the talent is there. Everybody knows how to compete, and that's why we've seen some not only great heats, close heats in this round. 6.85, what Nishi needs. He does have first priority. Only issue now, a minute on the clock.
Well, now the clock is ticking with different, scenes. That's why we always call like the relative in timing right now, because there's different clocks. The one for the winner, the one where he's trying to, accomplish another wave, trying to annihilate his opponent.
40 seconds to go. Nishi needing the 6.85, and Hanneman 5.5, his backup.
There is a more crispy wind right now, providing some texture on the ocean.
Well, we haven't seen Keijiro go to the air game yet in this heat. He does have one.
Oh, yeah.
Tends to surf on rail more often than not, though.
I think he's so, Kalani Hop 3.0 right now.
Get a comparison right there, and times is not going to be on his side at the moment right here. He's going to have to settle for a 5th place finish at stop number 5, matching his career best result. All smiles, though. But today, Eli Hanneman just slightly better. 13.67 heat total for the Lahaina kid.
No golf claps there.
Not at all. And a bit of disappointment from the Japanese camp, but still a great result for Keijiro Nishi. We'll see him compete at pipe. Quarterfinal number 4, done and dusted. Hanneman moving through. He's going to face off against Oscar Berry in semifinal number 2. And the men's competition resumes. We are going into the women's semis, though. And it's friendly fire, the two Bass sisters, Annette Gonzalez Echevarri and Yanire. When we return to Saquarema, going to be a fun one for the women's semis when we return.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Well, notice the flags? That's right. 2 bass surfers. Notice the last names? That's right. 2 sisters in the semifinal number 1 here in Saquarema, Itaúna Beach. I feel like we're kind of making history right here with this heat out in the water, with 1 country represented and 1 family represented. It's a no-lose situation for the Gonzalez Exabares, and it's a no-lose situation for the bass surfers. Speaking of bass surfers, Ador, Amatriain, thank you so much for joining us, Ador.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
You got to be proud.
Yeah, it is amazing to be watching these semifinals, sisters battle. And Annette and Janire have been competing with each other for a long time, but never in a stage this big. So, yeah, it is amazing.
It is so amazing. Maida Pop's also with us. What's your take on this semifinal number 1?
Oh my God, Kaipo, it's hard to take. Both of the girls, they're being ripping the whole event. It will be interesting to watch them competing together.
Yeah, we heard Annette and Yanire after just being happy because they're guaranteed, Ador, one sister's going to make the final no matter what. That's just easy play right there.
Yeah, I mean, Mom's happy. Amali's really happy. Like, one of them is going to make the final. That's epic. And the other one, it's going to end in 3rd place, which is great. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're a competitor, Ador, on the Challenger Series. I mean, a 3rd place finish, 6,085 points. That's great. But here's the opener. Tell me your opinion of this opening ride for Annette, Ador.
Yeah, here we see power surfing from Annette, very characteristic from her. 2 turns, she got a 5.5 to start a hit. That's great. And here we see on a smaller wave, she managed to do a few turns. And yeah.
So Annette, the younger of the 2 sisters, right?
Yeah.
And she's actually the higher rated one at the moment too. Number 12, up 9 spots, climbing up the rankings. At the end of the season, we take the top 7. So it's been a pretty good season for Annette. Semifinals U.S. Open. You were there as well?
Yeah, I was there on the beach watching her hits. She did an amazing job. And Annette, you never know how good she's gonna go, and when she's connected, she can go really big. And yeah, she did that in the U.S. Open, and she's doing it now. So yeah.
Can you tell us something about Yanire?
Yanire, wow, she's coming from being a world champ. Like, what am I gonna say? She's a great surfer as well. And this week we've seen her compete really well, performing really good. And yeah, it's gonna be a great battle. I'm very excited to watch this.
Yeah, I am as well. As we roll on through the day, tide continues coming through. Eli Hanneman, he's already been dropping some giant numbers. He started off his last heat with a giant number, and he's on to the semifinals. He's with Rachel.
Yeah, Eli, congratulations, going excellent again. You were able to capitalize even in these conditions. Talk us through your heat.
Yeah, I got a quick start, and I was pretty happy about that. And then it started to kind of go quiet, and I don't know. It just was kind of nerve-wracking because he's such a great surfer, and anything can happen in these heats, and you never know when the wave could come for the other person. So, yeah, I just I ended up getting the best waves of the heat, and I was able to surf my best on them and, try and create some scores. So, yeah, I'm really grateful to be in semis.
Can you describe that 8.17 for us?
Yeah, I just kind of, when I was watching the heats before me, I was not seeing, anything crazy going on. Everyone was surfing great, but, I knew I didn't have to go out there and try a bunch of airs or do a bunch of crazy stuff because, it's kind of a wave catching contest out there. It's pretty slow, so I just figured if I put myself on the best waves and just do some solid surfing, I'll get big scores. And I didn't even know it was going to be an 8. I thought it was going to be a solid score, but it's harder to tell when you're out there because, you're in the moment and you're not thinking about that stuff. So yeah, I was stoked when I heard it was an 8.
You totally deserve to be in the semi, so congratulations. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman will be coming up against Oscar Berry, semifinal number 2, all set for the men. We're in semifinal number 1 for the women, 2 sisters. I think it's pretty historic with 2 sisters in a semifinal. I can't think of history where there's been 2 sisters in a semifinal I know we can go all the way back to the 80s. There was Jolene and Georgia Smith out of San Clemente. They were twin sisters. They shared some heats. Other sisters in professional surfing, Tyler Wright, her older sister Kirby Wright. Kirby's won QS events before, but in this modern era, Maida, this is pretty record-breaking.
Yeah, these girls are making history here in Itaúna. It's just really hard to remember a heat between sisters. It's not that hard between brothers. We have all these brothers competing together. The last one that I remember, it was between Samuel Pupo and Miguel Pupo in round of 16 in Margaret River. It was a very emotional matchup, which is, I think it's going to be here as well.
We've had some great brother combos. The Cola Pintos, the Pupos, the Wrights have been on tour before. Tanner and Tanner, the Godowskises, the Hobgoods, the Irons brothers, Shea and Corey Lopez, the Lopez brothers. Of course, for Brazil, the Palarats brothers. Way back in the 80s and 90s, 1993 world champ, Derek Ho and his older brother, Michael Ho. So it's cool to see the sisters out here. That's a first wave for Yanira. What do you think about that decision to go on that wave, Ador?
Yeah, I mean, you want to start at heat because it's kind of slow today, so you cannot wait for the whole heat and not catch waves. Here on Nete, huge first turn, and yeah, wow, great finish as well. So yeah, I mean, I think Yaniri had to pull the trigger on that one. The wave didn't have much potential, and the wave at the back had a bit more, but yeah, you got to pull the trigger.
Yeah, you got to go at some point, but second wave of the set, Maida, looked like Annette got the best of that on the backhand. Actually, I'm going to go back to you, Ador, and as we go through this replay, hopefully we'll have a replay of Annette because she timed it perfectly with the backwash. The backwash is always a factor out here when you're surfing.
Yeah, a backwash is a big thing here, and you have to time it perfectly, and she did the turn just with the backwash and managed to make it clean. So yeah, great work for Annette.
Yeah.
And here we see the Basque team supporting. It's great to see them in the beach. And Anita's replay here, not as much potential, but managed to do a few turns. That'll be a score.
Yeah, I think the highest score is going to go to Annette. Annette, I say?
Yeah. Annette.
Annette. In that last exchange, I think should go better than her 5.5. What do you think, Maida?
Yeah, I think it can be. She really timed well that first turn and did a really nice combo. She probably is going to throw away this three-point ride for sure. And she's up and riding again, Kaipo.
And that hook is not going to change the situation, but previous wave score likely will. There's the whole Basque camp. Tell us who's on the beach there, Ador.
Yeah, here we see Coach Indar. He's in charge of the Basque team. And shout out to the Basque team for bringing us here and making us like a big team. And here we see Keoni on the beach, Amali under the umbrella, that's the mom, Julen Laza on the right, and Yago Dominguez, all cheering for both girls.
And I suppose you grew up like surfing with these girls for quite a long time. And how competitive they can get one to another?
I think it's as competitive as it can get. I mean, when they're competing with them, like, they're going big. I told them before they went to the heat, I told them, hey, I want to see some blood, like, and they will. I know they will go to win. They just want to win.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at sibling rivalries, we know on the brothers' side, anytime two brothers go up against each other, it's crazy. So I would imagine it's the same with these two sisters here. Up and riding, Annette. And she's just been really dependable upon the backhand. We saw her on Pier Bowl lefts over there at Huntington Beach use that same backhand finesse. Yanire with the snap there, so back and forth with the sisters. I want to see a sister paddle battle happen right here, Maida.
Yeah, we don't know where Annette is, but for sure they are willing to grab this priority. And look the numbers that Annette just pulled
Yeah.
on her scoreline, 6.83 Kaipo.
On the previous wave, Anete timed it with the backwash. We talked about that technique, 6.83. A couple replays here, Adora. I want your opinion on these.
I mean, this wave looks pretty good to me. I see some spicy surfing here from Yanire. I think that blackboard suits really well for today's conditions. And here Anete also putting some great maneuvers, linking some turns. That was great. I think, I don't know, Yanire might get the better score on this exchange, I would say. I don't know.
Well, we're waiting for Yanire's last score for Anete. Not in her top two, but she does have the lead and priority. Heat control to Anete Gonzalez Exabari, and waiting for score for her older sister, Yanire, to see if she's able to take the lead. Likely not going to take the lead, but probably going to reduce the need out there. Adore, small country, the Basque country. Big statement on surfing. How does such a small country have so many good surfers?
Well, I don't know, but it's amazing.
It is amazing, really, given the population and how many good surfers are coming out of your country.
Yeah, and in the past we've had like some role models like Aritz Aramburu, Neko Acero, Odei Collazo, and these guys have been the inspirations for our whole generation. And yeah, we're a bunch of surfers that we mostly surf in the same spots. So I think that surfing together makes us all be better surfers.
Yeah. Aritz, I mean, as a young man, you must have looked up to Aritz a lot, coming, making the championship. I think one of the best backhand barrel riders, actually, in history, when we look at his technique. What do you think?
Yeah, I always say that he's one of the best in the world in backside barrel riding. And yeah, he was helping me this past week in Ericeira.
All right, that's cool.
He was being my coach, and it worked. I did my best result. So yeah, great competitor, great barrel rider, and great person as well.
Yeah,
that's important.
And you folks have support from the region, right? As a surf team traveling together.
Yes.
Tell us about the support.
Yes, that's Basque Team. It's called Basque Team, and yeah, they're supporting us in the Challenger Series, which is a great. Which is a great help because we are united thanks to this, and I think in surfing when good surfers make a team, and it's in benefit of everyone.
I agree. I completely agree. We've seen it in the history of surfing. We've seen, when the Australians were all a force together, they rose all of them together, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, you know what I mean? And then we see the Brazilian storm as of late, the Brazilians rising. We see the Japanese together in their own little camp right there, and they're helping their tour. So it's nice to see all the different regions of the world in professional surfing get that together and that collective energy rising. But it is a challenge, right? I mean, talk to us about life on the Challenger Series. I mean, it's not easy.
No, it's not easy. I mean, mostly because surfing is an individual sport. So everyone, in the beginning, you want the best for you, but when you're coming as a team, you also want the best for your teammates.
Yeah.
So yeah, I lost in second round in this event, but I feel like I'm still in because look at the girls, they're in semifinals. Yeah. That's great.
And you already have given, hey, you got upside too. You're coming off of a quarterfinal finish over in Cero, so that's a keeper result, right? You got 2 more events coming up, Pipeline, and then back to Newcastle. How do you prepare for those?
Yeah, Pipeline is going to be a big challenge, and especially because these past years we didn't have the opportunity to get big barrels. So yeah, I feel like I really need to work on that in these few months. And it's going to be a great challenge. I mean, I think it's one of the best jobs in the world to get better at barrels. Like, everyone wants that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very excited for Pipeline.
In clear water, no one else out there, just the rest of the competitors.
Yeah. Pipeline with 4 guys out, it's crazy.
Are you planning to go to Hawaii just a little bit before the competition?
Yeah, I will try. I still haven't decided when to go, but I really want to go there early and study the lineup because it's a very tricky lineup at Pipeline, and it's gonna be hard to get waves because it's always crowded and everyone's out. But But yeah, I will try. And here we see Yanire.
Yanire looking to come back. 7.6 is what she needs to get the lead over her sister. That's a nice finishing maneuver, throwing the tail there, Maida. It fins out the back.
Yeah, for sure it's going to be her best score, single score of this heat. I really love the finishing turn right there. Let's watch on the replay, dude.
Yeah, here we see first snap setting up for this big finish. I really like how she pushed with the back foot, and that was a great wave.
I thought that too. And then again, just to point out some of the intricacies here in Itauna, that last snap, she also again timed it. You see the backwash like helping her back out. She timed it perfectly with that backwash. It seems like that's something you got to really work on over here at this particular break, Ador.
Yeah, I mean, these girls have definitely put the hours in the water. So yeah, they learned how to time that backwash perfectly. And here we saw Yanire just performing that turn perfectly.
Well, which sister's going to make it through to the final? That's still to be decided. We're going to take a break right now. And as we take a break, we also anticipate another great matchup. Semifinal number 2 featuring Yolanda Hopkins and Sally Fitzgibbons. More action on the way right after this. Coming back and checking out our Banco do Brasil fan picks. Anete Gonzalez Exabari is actually 64% to her. Yanire, the older sister, with 36%. You can go and make your fan picks. As we move through competition here, just go to worldsurfleague.com and pick your player, who you think is going to win, and we'll put it together for the fan picks. Kaipo Girl, along with Maria Pops, and Ador Amatriain on the call. Ador, one of the many talented representatives from the Basque region. We got 2 Basque surfers out in the water. And when we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Yanire Gonzalez Exabari. A 6.1 comes in for Yanire. She needs a 6.9 right now. She does have priority. She's out there in the blue jersey. Taking a look at Anete here under the priority. Let's get to some replays. I'll let you talk us through this one, Ador.
Yeah, here we see Anete. She got a 6.17 for this 2-turn combination, 3-turn combination actually. Really nice wave. She read it perfectly. And yeah, wow, another great finish. 4 turns here in Saquarema today. Not an easy thing. And yeah, she got a great score for that, 6.17. Great job.
Oh, 4 turns to tell you. You got to deposit that into the score bank right there, like you know, at the Banco do Brasil. Yeah, that's a nice deposit, isn't it, Maida?
Yeah, for sure, because she really increased the requirement for Yanire. Now Yanire with priority, but needing almost a 7-point ride, a 6.9. So, and we still have like plenty time on this heat, like 12 minutes and 45 seconds left. And Ador, let me ask you something. Between those girls, who is more mellow and who is more like kind of stressed, and who was stressing about this heat more?
I actually don't know. I mean, I know Janire is normally more relaxed in these situations, and Annette is like, she wants to go big. Like, she's a little bit more nervous, I'd say. But yeah, they have a great rivalry, so I think both these girls like have been really thinking on this hit.
And spending time together, knowing that you have to face your sister in semifinals. But I mean, it's just a win-win for the family. So for sure, it's better to lose to your sister than to anybody else.
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, me personally, I have a brother that used to compete as well. So when I had hits against him, like, I would be very nervous. Like, I didn't care if I was going against the best guy on the event, but if I was going against my brother, that was a tough hit.
Yeah.
Mentally, that was really tough.
What's your brother's name?
Iker Amatriain.
Should we be looking out for him? What's he up to right now?
Like, he used to compete, but he doesn't compete anymore.
Okay.
He's more into free surf. He likes big waves and barrels. Very talented, great surfer.
Well, like I said, the Basque region with a lot of great surfers. Nadia Arostabe, another surfer from the Basque country, coming in, taking a win at Bolito. That must have been exciting for you folks this year.
Yeah, that was a very emotional moment. Like, until now, we haven't seen anyone on the Basque crew get into finals, and Nadia did that, and then she won. So yeah, she really deserved it. She was doing some great results for so long, and he was missing that first spot, winning a final, and she finally did it in Balito. So that was amazing.
It doesn't, moving with the Basque team, is it easier for you? Because there's a lot of travel involved. Is it easier for you to travel with a group?
Yeah, I think it's way easier, and yeah, we have a really good relationship in between us. So it's like traveling with friends all year long.
So that's fun.
It is amazing. It's a dream job.
This is the dream job. Don't give the secret away, but it is a dream job. This is the ultimate dream job. Ever since the invention of professional surfing, of course, next year, 2026, we're going to be celebrating, Maida, 50 years of professional surfing, 5 decades of the dream job existing.
Oh my God! And look how far we got here. How much development on surfing, and especially in women's surfing. The last few years, we're just seeing women's surfing evolving so much, but it's gonna be huge to be celebrating 50 years in an awesome season like next year.
Yeah. The goal is always for the Challenger Series to make it to the championship tour. Adore, eyeing up the CT, I know that's in your future. What would be your favorite event? If you made the CT in 2026, what would be the event that you're looking forward to the most?
I think the event I'd most want to go, it'll be Chopes.
All right.
Yeah.
I was going to give you J-Bay, bro, because you surf well on a point, I'm telling you right now, but I would love to see you in Tahiti. That's great.
Yeah, but I think all the surfers love barrels the most. So yeah, I think Chopes would be it. I was there this last year, and I fell in love with the place, so I'm really excited to compete there one day.
Well, that all pays off in the experience. We can see our Challenger Series rankings up there, and we can see on the clock 8:30, and as well as Priority Maida with Yanire needing a 6.9. So she does have, look at them smiling at each other.
Yeah, they're raising the arms, maybe because of the Apple Watch, or maybe because of it's cold. I think it's just because of the water must be freezing. Did you go out today?
I didn't go out today. I was sleeping in the morning, but my friends went out and they said the water was pretty cold. So yeah, that must be it.
That was why. Like raising their arms.
Here we go, wave coming through here. Let's see if Priority gets used. Nope. It's hard, huh? Like with this incoming tide, Maida, and And the tide's going to continue to fill in, checking my Apple Watch, for another 3 hours.
Yeah, the ocean got kind of slow right there. But the girls had a lot of opportunities. Look, Annette has 2 waves over 6 points, so good mark for her, like 13 points total. But Yanidi with priority quite for a long time now, needing a 6.9.
Yeah. Water temperature, you got to have a bag packed full of not knowing what every stop's going to bring, right? We come here for the CT in June, and the water's warm. We come here, which you would think in springtime, the water's cold. Next stop for you folks, the water's going to be warm, Ador.
Yeah, luckily. Well, I hope it's warm because I was expecting some warm water here, and it's been freezing.
Well, I guarantee you, you're going to get warm water at Pipeline. I can guarantee you that. But working with Pukas, you're going to have to get a whole different range of boards versus what you need here in Brazil. Are you working on that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, my next thing is to work on that. And as I get back home, I will go to the factory and speak to David Santos, my shaper, and do a quiver for Hawaii. Wow, and here,
wow,
net, wow, that was almost complete and really big turn.
Just sharp on the backhand. I'm so impressed on the angles that she's able to put on her board. How long have you known Annette?
I've known her since we're very small, and I think since I was like 10, something like that. She was 6 at the time, so yeah. I've seen her and grow up, and I've seen her evolution in surfing, and it is amazing where she has reached and where she can still go.
And where she can still go. That's right, because she's climbing up the rankings right now. She was number 12, up 9 spots before this heat, I think, and going to continue to climb up, especially if she makes it into this final. That's going to be big points for her. Again, top 7 at the end of the year for the women we're going to take, but 2 of those spots already taken by Tia Zabrowski and Yolanda Hopkins, who we're going to see in the next heat. So 5 spots remaining and a chance for another Basque flag on the championship tour. Both Annette has a chance, and I feel Nadia also has a chance to requalify.
Yeah, Nadia has been really focused on getting to the CT the past few years. She's been very close to clinch the spot. So yeah, I feel like this year is gonna be it. Like I see her, she's really into it. She really wants it, and she can do it. So yeah. And for Annette, it will be a very good surprise.
I think so.
If she managed to qualify for the CT, that would be epic.
Let's see what happened so far in this heat. It's the Natura Kayak Heat Recap, Maida. The 2 sisters in semifinal number 1.
Yeah, quick and strong snap to open things on this wave. And then a nice combo to get a 6.83. And then Yanidi answering back. Beautiful turn. Build some momentum on that wave. Kicks the tail. This is the 6.1 for her. And again, Annette, you can go.
Yeah, here we see going very strong linking. This was the 4 maneuver wave. We haven't seen many of those this day. It's very tricky to find a wave that lets you do that. So yeah, great job for Annette finding that wave.
Come back to live action. Annette going down, but that's not going to matter. Quick up and out by Yanide, her sister. Kicking out wants to keep priority out in the lineup here. And when it's inconsistent like this, Ador, you can tell us how important it is really controlling that priority.
It is a key factor, and this priority thing in these kind of slow days, it's the key to make hits. You gotta be cold. You don't wanna get the first wave that comes and not end up being a good one. So yeah, it is very important to make good decisions because there's not many waves.
Right.
So you wanna be on the right wave.
So it's even more important, right, when it's inconsistent like this, to use your priority correctly. So I feel that was a good decision for Yanida to kick out early and regain that priority because she's trailing. What do you think?
Yeah, very smart move from from Yanire, especially in these last minutes of the heat. She's needing a solid score. We all know she can do that. She's been putting some great scores all week. So yeah, a 6.9 should be, if the wave comes, she can do it.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, Maida, we talked a little bit about that, you know, earlier. In these inconsistent situations, luck does come into play.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo, because especially here, sometimes in Itaúna, waves can pick up like in different parts of the bank. So if you are with no priority and suddenly a wave just come through in your side, it's gonna be luck the factor. But if you have priority, now that like Yanidi does, she really needs to wait, be patient, wait for a good one, because the requirement is kind of high. 6.9 would be the best score of the heat so far, and yeah, you cannot like rely on luck, but sometimes it's a factor.
Yeah, I mean, right now, prayers, hoping that a wave comes through, because there's
Holding
absolutely
arms.
nothing you can do. There's nothing, and that's got to be a tough part about surf competition, right? Adore, you can only control so many things.
Yeah, sometimes it's not your thing to make the wave come. So wow, here Annette on a good right-hander. So yeah, sometimes you have to be lucky, and that wave has to come, but it's not in your hands to do that.
So we will see if that changes the requirement for Yanire. I don't think so. I think it's going to remain the same at a 6.9, but now we're down to under 60 seconds, 49 seconds, and ticking down, Maida.
Yeah, just a few seconds. I don't know if she will have the opportunity. The ocean seems really quiet now. 30 seconds.
This is tense, but there's going to be celebration regardless, Adore, because we know that before the semifinal, we're going to have a Basque finalist in this event.
Yeah, one of the sisters is on the final, and that's amazing. Here we saw this little line coming, but not big enough to be a potential wave. So yeah, looks like Annette is gonna make it through this one. Very happy for her, and very happy for Yanire as well. Really great job ending up in third place.
Great confidence builder for Yanire. Annette, who's actually higher on the rankings, so actually more important for Annette. So, I mean, I guess when you look at the sisters with each other, like, they can be happy for each other, because Annette is on to her first final on the Challenger Series, Maida.
Wow, what just such amazing result that she's already has here. Her best result in her career on the Challenger Series. And doing this, like defeating your sister, kind of mixed feelings, not awkward, but mixed feelings. But what a great job she's done.
Yeah, what an entertaining heat, a great heat. And as we pointed out at the beginning of this heat, a historic heat for the Basque Country. And speaking of the Basque Country, thank you so much for coming in here and being a guest, Adore. And good luck. We'll see you over in Hawaii. We'll see you at Pipeline. We'll see you at Newcastle. Keep the Basque team together. I'll let you get out of here and get ready for the women's final to cheer on Annette.
Yeah, I'll be screaming on the beach for Annette. You'll hear me.
All right, we'll see you, Adore. We'll be back with semifinal number 2 for the women. It's going to be Sally Fitzgibbons up against Yolanda Hopkins when we return.
A primeira onda centrada pela Yolanda Hopkins, 2,83. Saquarema. Isso aí, primeira onda, portanto, a Yolanda Hopkins, 2,83. A primeira de Fitzgibbons com Lawler, second round to blue.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us.
Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of the Pupo and drinking a Corona. I mean,
it's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going, but thanks for watching.
Welcome back to beautiful Itaúna Beach on a glorious day here in Saquarema. We're live from the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. We had women's semifinal 1 already completed. Women's semifinal 2 won the spot in the final available for either Sally Fitzgibbons or Yolanda Hopkins. Kaipo girl, along with Maida Pops on the call here. What's your thoughts on this semifinal number 2, Maida?
Heavy hit, Kaipo, the second of the rankings, the third of the rankings. It's going to be exciting to watch. And it was really exciting to watch both of the sisters right there that we are seeing right now. Very friendly affair right there.
Yeah, the two sisters, the two Eshabari sisters, setting history with the semifinal together. It will be Anete Eshabari into the final, her first final, her best result on the Challenger Series. So that's going to be really exciting for the 18-year-old. Will she be surfing against a newly qualified Yolanda Hopkins representing Portugal? Or will she be surfing against the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons? Yolanda Hopkins right here, 27 years old, out of Portugal. Just got the news when she advanced out of her quarterfinal heat that she's amassed enough points to secure a spot on the 2026 Championship Tour, Maida.
Yeah, already qualified, no pressure at all, but she came to the glass and said that she wants a win here in Itaúna, and she's up and riding.
She's been dependable on the backhand, waiting for a reform here, and that wave just dissipates into deeper water as the tide fills in this morning at Itaúna.
Yeah, now the priority with Sally Fitzgibbons. This scoreline is going to be low score. She's already have a 2.83 on her scoring line.
Yeah, currently ranked number 2 on the Challenger Series leaderboard. Top 7 at the end of the year on that leaderboard. Move on to the Championship Tour. The leaderboard amass your top 5 results out of a possible 7 events. You don't need to surf all 7, but you need at least 5 results. Quick back on the backhand. And catches a rail there. The veteran, Sally Fitzgibbons, on the Glen Pang surfboard, having to hop, bop, and snap on that one onto the inside. So we'll be waiting for scores for both third wave for Yolanda Hopkins and first wave for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, this wave really lacked on power, and Sally had to try to gain some speed.
Yeah, Sally, you can see her third semifinal appearance this year. She started off with a runner-up at Newcastle. She semifinaled over in Bolito, back to finals day again for Sally Fitzgibbons. And the mission for Fitzgibbons is winning this event. If she wins this event, Sally, right here on the replay, requalifies yet again for the Championship Tour.
Yeah, look, it was a very small wave with not too much power on that, but she really did a great job to kind of comboed, couple maneuvers right there.
There's a 2.83 for Yolanda Hopkins, Maida.
Yeah, just a phone climbing right there. Snap to finish it off.
Oh, and another wave ridden. So Yolanda handing over priority. And we'll see how this eventuates. Annette Gonzalez Exabari in the final. Let's hear from her. She's on the glass with Rachel.
Yeah, Kaipo, she was telling me there was a tricky and slow hit, but I'm sure it was emotional. How was it for you to be in the water with your sister? It doesn't happen every day.
Well, we are used to it, so I don't know. I just wanted to start like early because the waves are going worse and worse and worse because of the tide. So yeah, it was really emotional. I don't really like competing against her because I want both to make it, but it's fine. And I just fight it, and I'm super happy for her too that she did third. And yeah, that's it.
And now you're going to the first final of your Challenger Series career. How are you feeling?
No, not really. Actually, I was injured before coming here, and I was like not even surfing or anything. And I don't know. I think that this is like a present, and I'm enjoying the moment. So yeah, happy.
And what do you think about this success that the Europeans' new generation is going?
It's crazy how are the Europeans going. We're like firing. All the European girls are like so good. I like first on the QS we were like all fighting, and it was like a really hard fight. But now we are fighting on the Challenger, so better, and yeah, that's it.
Now you want to send a message in Basque?
Es que digas me gusta diga una finalidad bueno ya está jungo ahí tú.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Very nice, Kaipo.
Yeah, talk about the continent of Europe and surfing out of there. Another finalist on the Challenger Series. Remember, it was a clean sweep over in Ericeira. Fitzgibbons, always dependable, always with just great technique. He's going to work over this little left. Sally Fitzgibbons kicks out, and she will take the lead off of Yolanda Hopkins with that effort.
Yeah, she put a lot of work on that one. Just trying to maximize every single opportunity that they have on this heat. We know that the ocean, like the conditions are kind of shifting right now. Just a little bit more of wind. So a little bit more of texture on the face of the wave.
All right, take another look here. Sally Fitzgibbons. 3-point ride will give her the lead.
Snap, turn, throwing some water, trying to work pretty hard on that one.
And this is a 3.83 from Yolanda Hopkins.
Another turn, dealing with the bounce of the wave and finishing strong.
So just waiting for last score for Sally Fitzgibbons. And she is going to deposit into the Banco do Brasil score bank of 5.83. Strong lead from Sally Fitzgibbons. Yolanda Hopkins now is going to hear the news. She's got priority. She's out there with the blue jersey. Sitting out the back, needs a 5.68 right now to take the lead off of Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally Fitzgibbons, so dependable. 15 years on the championship tour. 12 championship tour wins. Even now at 34 years old, look at her consistency. Look at what she is able to do in a season. Runner-up, semifinal, then a 13th and 9th coming from Ericeira as we look at her results this year.
Yeah, such a experienced surfer, and second in Newcastle, and good results in Valedo and the whole season. Very consistent throughout the whole year, and even here she's already in semifinals. So with the win, she has already won here in Brazil. So with a win again, she can qualify like 2 events earlier.
I think a lot of pressure off the vet. Yolanda wants to apply some pressure to Sally Fitzgibbons with this effort. Tough wave to surf, and likely not going to be the score that she needs of a 5.68. That's my opinion. I'd love your opinion, Maida.
Yeah, I think so, Kaipo. This wave looked, I don't know. They're kind of struggling to find like really decent walls to put their turns, but they're working with what they have right now. So
check out this replay.
Snap on the face. Look, that the wave kind of fades out. Trying to build some speed right there. But she got a 3.47. So a little bit of improvement on her score line.
Yeah. Looking for a 5.68, but now she's going to, and there's her coach, John, who's been really consistent throughout this this event, is just her support, and actually throughout this entire Challenger Series season.
Yeah, I think like his entire career, because I saw him like in the past 2 years, like with her here, coming really early to train, to free surf here. She does that in every single stop of the calendar. Train pretty early. She likes to be one of the first surfers to get into the water. Such a hard worker.
Early riser, loves the dawn patrol, is in competition, actually just a mental competition with the rest of the surfers to see if she can beat every single other person out in the water, even if it's dark at every single spot. We saw her yo-yo do that over in a freezing cold Peniche, where she's had 2 wildcard appearances in Portugal as being a regional champ there. In 2023, actually, in Portugal, Yolanda Hopkins surfed all the way to the quarterfinals as a wild card, and on the way to that quarterfinals, beat one of the greatest surfers ever, Carissa Moore. So Sally uses priority here, and interesting use of priority. We'll see if she improves upon the 3.67. Maybe that was a little bit of defense to keep Yolanda off of a wave that broke. And here comes the set. Yolanda Hopkins with priority with this wave coming through. So this is a big opportunity for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, she needs a 5.68, and she's paddling.
Big off the top there. And she may be making Sally Fitzgibbons pay for that kind of loss of concentration right there. John says he likes it. 5.68 is a pretty beefy number, though, just for a single maneuver, but it was a great hook on a good-sized wave.
Yeah, it was, Kaipo. I think she might get what she's needing. It was more vert one. Looked at bigger wave, just went straight to the top. Beautiful. Look by this angle. 5.68, and she turns the heat. Bangs. Comes out of it clean.
Well, my gut feeling is that she got it. John likes it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kaipo. I don't know, but I'm not a judge. It was just only one turn, but we know that quantity doesn't matter. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. I really like that turn.
Judges taking a long time to look at it, so that means to me, generally that means it's pretty close. Still waiting for the score. 18 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. Replay up in the judges' tower, always in effect. Head judge Luli Pereira making sure that everyone gets a couple of glimpses at it. Generally, what the procedure is what judges will do is they'll write down on like a little ink chalkboard type of deal that they have a manual score, their first impression, and then they do their secondary score, and then the score comes in, and it's actually not enough. 5.68 for Yolanda Hopkins. A couple of judges giving it a 6, but not enough for that one maneuver. So Sally Fitzgibbons just dodges that potential heat change, and she holds priority. Heat control with Sally Fitzgibbons, priority as well as the lead.
Yeah, it was almost there, but it wasn't enough. But now she decreased the requirement. Now she's just needing at 3.84. Still have a lot of time on the clock, 17 and 41 seconds.
And we can see things slowing down just a little bit as the tide fills in. We got to, you know, we started off the event window with a pretty small coefficient between high tide and low tide. Now, as we've gone through a week since we started, the tide coefficient has built and is changing with that lunar cycle. So it is, let's see, 9:51 local time, 12:46 is the high tide mark. So you can see, compared to as we started this morning, a lot more water on this sandbank. And so waves struggling a little bit just to break because of that deeper water.
Yeah, we know that this could happen when the tide came. This is Sally Fitzgibbons trying to make an effort here.
Yeah, we knew it was going to happen. Everyone could plan accordingly, and I think the surfers also know that there's going to be, you know, the struggle, so grab whatever wave you can. You know, wave comes through. I'm surprised Sally used her priority on that wave, but she also knows, because she's a veteran, and knows that that was a little bit of a defense because Yolanda just needs a small score. Take a look here, replay of Sally Fitzgibbons.
Turn.
I think that was defensive.
Yeah, because Yolanda was right there, right beside her.
Yeah, that's the shot. Like, I feel like Yolanda was right next to her, and Yolanda just needs a 3.84. So Sally, with years in the business, almost decades in the business, knows when to play offense, when to play defense. Sometimes you got to pick your battle. As we take a look at a beautiful seascape and landscape here in Saquarema.
Beautiful day in Saquarema. The sun is out. People are getting to the beach right now. And this is a very heavy heat. The second of the rankings, the third of the rankings. Sally Fitzgibbons with the possibility to qualify here in Itaúna by winning the event. Yolanda already qualified. Who could imagine that, Kaipo? We're in the 5th stop of the season and already qualified 2 women.
Hopkins under priority. Oh, actually uses her priority, I'm sorry. She used her priority on that, so that would be in our statistic column as we go. A priority error. We'll see if Yolanda Hopkins can come back under priority to overcome a charging Sally Fitzgibbons. Fitzgibbons in the lead. We'll be back after this. Back at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. potential finals day here. Women's semifinal number 2 out in the water. And Manu Callado, she's out and about. Where are you, Manu?
Hello, my friends. Talking about friends, I have a lot of friends right here that are the kids from CT Leo Neves. We know that Saquarema, we call it Maracanã do Sul, but why? We have a lot of talents that come from Saquarema, we know that, and a lot of them come from CT Leo Neves. That is a training center for a lot of kids like this, and they start surfing there. We have guys like Rickson Falcão that started there and now is surfing the QS. But, well, I'm going to speak some Portuguese, but this is my friend Kailane, and this is my friend Lara. And they do some gymnastics too. Meninas, vocês podem fazer a ginástica para eles verem? Look at that, guys. Oh my God. This is almost like the next Rebeca Andrade. Vocês vão ser tipo a Rebeca Andrade, assim, né? Well, I mean, look at these faces because you're probably going to see them very soon on the competition. And to finish, we have a scream. Vamos dar nosso grito de guerra? 3, 2, 1. Saquarema! Woohoo! Ciao, ciao!
Yeah, that Leo Neves Training Center in the center of the beach here, tremendous facility, and I see it, you know, kids are getting off of school in the afternoon, they're heading to the training center, and there's so many activities there to help support the community. Sally Fitzgibbons is the lead in the semifinal, looking to better at 3.67. So staying busy, Sally Fitz.
Yeah, she might have done on that one, Kaipo, because the last turn looked pretty great from here. Let's see again. Kind of like a little bit of power, speed there, but then she built a momentum on the finishing turn.
And Hopkins got into the conversation as well, catching up with Yo-Yo.
Snap on the face, strong finish, vertical. Timing well with the bounce of the wave as well, Yo-Yo. Yeah, look, smash it. This was another wave.
Yeah, so catching up on 2 waves for Yolanda Hopkins. Backwash coming out, both surfers. Not quite in a paddle battle, just kind of easily paddling back out there. Priority already established by Yolanda Hopkins. All right, and 10 minutes remaining. Waves breaking outside of the 2 surfers. And yeah, that was, I don't know, we'll have to take a look at what happened right there. That was interesting that priority was established while the 2 surfers were still paddling out. And a wave broke ahead of them. Sally Fitzgibbons is not going to wait for that. Doesn't matter. She's going to go right with a big snap, catches the rail, however, goes down. Now it's a solid first priority for Yolanda Hopkins. Sally Fitzgibbons in the lead. And we still got some scores to get caught up on from our judging panel to give you the accurate situation in this heat. I feel we have 2 waves for Sally and 2 waves for Yolanda still to be tabulated and put on the scoring panel. Yolanda Hopkins, the Portuguese surfer who's just qualified for the 2026 Championship Tour, grinding away at that little left. So as judges start playing catch up, we'll deliver some news for everyone. It's 10 o'clock local time here in Saquarema. After this heat, we will be going on a hold until 3 p.m. local time for a potential 3:30 start to continue on with those semifinals for the men. Again, we're going to go on hold after this semifinal heat. We'll give you more information, but the plan is to take another look at it at 3 p.m. local time for a possible 3:30 start. Right after this heat, we will have a catch-up show, a Corona Cero hold show, just to get you caught up on all the things that have happened so far this morning. And scores are slowly trickling in right now. Sally Fitzgibbons gets her scores in, and Yolanda Hopkins gets her scores in. So last wave ridden by Hopkins, a 4.43, kick by the Portuguese surfer, and she's in the lead right now, but here comes Sally Fitzgibbons trying to fire back, finding a running left wall. Easy hook there, and needs a 4.27. A little lackluster in that final hook for Sally Fitzgibbons, so she's going to be paddling back out, looking for a 4.27 to take the lead back from Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, Yolanda just turned the heat with a 4.43. Now Sally, she's looking for a 4.27. We still have this last wave to see the score, but I'm not pretty sure she's gonna get there. She's lost a little bit of balance, but it was a nice turn, the last one. But I don't see the number coming, I don't know. 7 minutes remaining. And we still had a number for Yo-Yo, and she just dropped a 5-point ride, Kaipo.
Growing her scoreline, Yolanda Hopkins with that last ever 5-point ride increases the need for Sally Fitzgibbons to a 4.84. Fitzgibbons, quick paddle there, doesn't matter because she's under priority, so she can take a look at anything that Yolanda doesn't want. There's a need and the second priority, so a testing situation. It's not like Sally hasn't been tested before, but a testing situation for the 3-time world title runner-up, Sally Fitzgibbons, in this final 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, what an important hit for Sally. If she wins here, she qualified in advance. So 6 minutes and 10 seconds left for her, but she's without priority. Look, Yolanda's results this year, so consistent. I mean, quarterfinals in Newcastle, a runner-up in Ballito, then quarterfinals again in Huntington Beach, then a semi-finalist, a final in Ericeira, Kaipo.
At the beginning of this heat, Maida, you mentioned that we were reflecting on the interview that Yolanda Hopkins gave after she qualified, making that quarterfinal, and she said, I don't want to make the championship tour without a win on the Challenger Series. And so this might be her opportunity to take that win if she gets past someone who's like probably one of the heaviest name in the draw, Sally Fitzgibbons. So big opportunity for the Portuguese surfer right now. She just has to hang on in these final 5 minutes.
Yeah, with priority right now, for sure she will play the strategic right there, and Portuga is cheering for her. It's very funny how this guy is passionate.
He must have a closet full of flags.
Yeah, he must have.
He has a lot of different flags. I've seen him with the Brazilian flag, I've seen him with the Portuguese flag at the same time.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, he brings both of them, and he gets so many signs on those flags, because for sure he brings like every year a different one.
Yeah, maybe I should bring a USA flag and a Hawaii flag also. That would be probably the equivalent, not really the equivalent, but.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's just because he's half Portuguese and half Brazilian. That's why he brings both. So he's cheering for both of them.
Hopkins uses priority right there. Just wanted to not really give Sally Fitzgibbons a chance to come back, and then goes on the attack there. Yo-Yo, she digs deep. The coach likes it. I like it. He's smiling. I'm smiling. She's able to just come back. She's come back from behind in a number of heats so far in this competition. It's pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive, Kaipo, and staying pretty busy, like 12 waves ridden already. And she's such a hard worker, you know, like putting a lot of energy in this competition. Ooh, beautiful turn, quick one, set up one again, and snaps to finish it off. Nice combo.
Judges kind of weren't buying it. 3.9 for Yolanda Hopkins, but she'll remain in the lead. I like that it was a number of maneuvers, but you said it before, Maida, it's not the quantity, it's the quality of maneuvers. Let's look at our Natural Kayak recap. Yolanda Hopkins currently on top. Starts off, however, with Sally Fitzgibbons with an early lead.
Yeah, Nice combo for Sally, just trying to build speed on that one. And then beautiful turn to finish. And answer back by Yolanda Hopkins. Just one turn on that one, but a beautiful one, more aggressive, rewarded with a 5.67.
Coming back, and Yolanda just knows how to perform in clutch moments, came from behind, she's in the lead. Sally Fitzgibbons with opportunity, first priority, 2.5 minutes, and her need is just a mid-range score of a 4.84. So it's not over yet for Sally Fitzgibbons. Again, Fitzgibbons wins this event, and she's back on tour. A lot of waves ridden in this semifinal number 2, highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of our surfers.
Yeah, look at Kaipo, so many waves ridden. That's the strategy that sometimes really plays off when the conditions are like this. You have to pull the trigger, try to figure out which opportunities would be great for you to have a decent score. We're less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it is go time for Fitzgibbons. Looking back on the beach, checking her lineup. Banco do Brasil, 2-minute warning. And Yolanda Hopkins just staying within her atmosphere at the moment.
And look cold. Even for her that surfs in Portugal, where the water is freezing, she's holding her arms. The eyes of her coach, John, almost 1 minute apart from getting to the finals.
Almost. Here we go. 1 minute remaining, and these waves are a little bit hindered by the high tide that's moved in. Again, that's why, another announcement, we are going to go on hold after this semi-final. We'll have a hold show, a Corona Cero hold show to update you all, and then we will be checking the surf again at 3 p.m. local time for a possible 3:30 start. But hang out, keep it tuned in, because after this heat, we will give you all the details and highlights from the morning on the Corona Cero hold show. So stick around. 25 seconds for Fitzgibbons.
Wow. She might have some opportunity right here, but oh, look, the backwash. She's in a paddle.
It's a tiny wave, and she's going to surf her heart out, but some waves you just can't get a 5 on, and she knows that. That's going to be the end of the road for Sally Fitzgibbons. She's still going to be number 3 on the leaderboard going into the next stop at Pipeline. Yolanda Hopkins is 1 step closer to her first Challenger Series victory. The Portuguese surfer did it with a 5.67 and a 5-point ride. Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, what a great hitch watch. Yeah, Yolanda trying to get some momentum, win on the Challenger Series. Oh, how nice it is. The hug. Both of the girls are top 3 in the rankings right now.
Yeah, and Sal will remain in number 3 in the rankings, regardless of the results out of this event. So Sally will still, you know, she could definitely clinch her qualification spot over at the next stop over in Pipeline. That's going to be the end of February, the end of January, beginning of February. But it is the moment of Yolanda Hopkins. It's been a great trip to Brazil for the Portuguese surfer. She finds herself qualified. She also finds herself in another CS final. We'll be back with the Corona Cero hold show right after this.
Assim mesmo, tá?
Just past 10 a.m., the Cero update show here in Saquarema for stop number 5 of the Challenger Series schedule. The Banco Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Beautiful day this morning on a Friday in October here in Brazil. Rio de Janeiro once again playing host to the world's greatest surfers, including those that are close to qualifying to the championship tour, here at the Challenger Series level. And we will be having a new champion on the women's side here at this event. Mitch, Maida, and Kaipo with you for the Cero update show. Starting with yourself, Kaipo, obviously a monumental day for European surfing. We're going to have a new champion on the women's side, but it could potentially be Yo-Yo's or now Aneta's victory right here in Saquarema.
Yeah, prediction, Nick, it's going to be a European women's champion over here.
Big deal right there, especially considering the Euroforce that we've been talking about all week long. But Maida, for Yo-Yo, she already accomplished her goal of qualifying, especially right here, a big result for her making the final already.
Yeah, for sure. And she said on the glass that she's really looking for a win on the Challenger Series to prove herself, but already qualified, so no pressure at all in this final.
Well, speaking of Yolanda, let's hear from her. She's on the glass with Manu.
Yeah, she's here and feeling confident. Yo-Yo, you came into the water against Sally. That is a big opponent. Do you feel more confident now that you are qualified to the CT? Congratulations.
Not more confident, maybe more calm. I mean, the last few days have been kind of stressful trying to clinch that spot, but now I'm quite relaxed. I mean, I knew it was going to be a hard heat, and I want to get my win. I want to win this contest. I love Saquarema so much. I want to win it really bad. So Sally was going to be a really hard draw. She's such a good competitor, and in these type of waves, she's like always really good to find like the good waves. And I kind of messed up a couple waves where I thought I could have gotten an even better score, but I managed to come back from it and do a couple of turns. But yeah, the wave's starting to die out, and I was just like praying to God that in the last 3 minutes there was nothing going to come. So I was quite lucky.
Great. Now, em português, a gente sabe, Yo-Yo, que o atleta, para chegar no nível que você tá, como o Championship Tour, tem que se preparar muito, né? Mentalmente, fisicamente, tem toda uma equipe envolvida. O que você considera que te faz estar numa fase tão boa?
Acho que a preparação nos últimos anos não é uma coisa que acontece assim de repente, é um percurso muito longo e eu já faço esse percurso há muitos anos. Eu confiava que o meu surf e o meu físico já estava lá já há muito tempo, mas agora a parte mental fez o clique no final do ano passado e eu entrei este ano já completamente confiante que eu pertenço no Tour e que agora tenho o surf e tenho o lado mental também para competir lá.
Que linda! Parabéns, congratulations, and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Her second Challenger Series final in her young career, and she is officially qualified as of yesterday for the CT for 2026, a major deal for Portuguese surfing. Yolanda Hopkins is on tour for 2026 and into the final right here in Saquarema. We started off the day with a really fun heat. It was a battle of Brazilian surfers. The former champion Samuel Pupo taking out Costa, a great surfer who has made it into the Challenger Series quarterfinals for the very first time. Kaipo, it wasn't an easy heat for the former champion. At the end, he got it done.
Yeah, but we started here with the dangerous. He came in at made a quarterfinals before as a wild card. In the quarterfinals again, Costa. Obviously the most dangerous person when we look at these smaller conditions. He's loose on the backhand, he's loose on the forehand. He's got a great air game. Costa was a dangerous opponent, and you know what? Sammy Pupo knew that going into this quarterfinal, but he was able to perform, Maida.
Yeah, he was a little more patient than Costa, found the best opportunities and just put his rail game on track to win that heat.
This is the important wave right here. This is a 4.1 under the priority of Costa, so a little bit of a rookie error right there for letting Sammy Pupo go. Pupo turns the heat. We're going to see him in the semifinals.
Yeah, luckily for him, got a wave right in the nick of time, too. Family support on the beach. And a former champion, he's looking to win 2 out of the last 3 events here at the Challenger Series level. A big performance from him, and he is looking to make it into the top 10 at the end of the event. Results right there. Close one, but the 6-point ride, the outlier from Pupo with a 4.1 combined under priority. Costa, strong performance. Quarterfinal finish, he's got to be stoked, especially as a Banco do Brasil wildcard right here in Saquarema. But it's not over yet. We have our semifinals already determined. Samuel Pupo going to be taking on Narrabeen's Jordy Lawler. Meanwhile, semi 2, a tough one, Maida. Oscar Berry, Eli Hanneman. That's going to be a banger.
Yeah, it will be for sure. Both of these guys, they have been ripping the whole event long. Eli Hanneman with an excellent score today and yesterday the same. So it's going to be huge.
And Oscar Berry now leading the rankings, Kaipo, after defeating Winter Vincent right there in quarterfinal number 3. Some huge news for him, the kid out of Australia. Really, the first year he shined in the top 10 of the Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, he's always been a force. He's just been kind of under the radar, and now we're realizing, and I think that just comes from confidence. I feel like Oscar, I've seen him years ago. He always had that talent. It's just having that success in a jersey, and that tends to build upon itself. And I really think that's what we're seeing right now with Osberry.
Yeah, and speaking of success, 2 sisters that have been doing great throughout their young careers. It was the first time they matched up at the Challenger Series level. We are talking about Annette and Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri. First CS final for Annette in a huge moment up against Yanire. And a really cool heat to watch this one, Maida.
Yeah, what a family affair right there. Actually, it wasn't that affair. They were very competitive against each other. Annette did a pretty great job, but Yanire fight it pretty well as well. Look that turn, like releasing the fins. It was cool to watch.
And then Annette there right here on the backhand, Kaipo, she got it done, and biggest moment of her young career so far. She's already had a 3rd this year, at least a 2nd guaranteed.
Well, right here, I mean, out of the 2 sisters, the one that has the most on points right now, the one that has the most potential to qualify, I feel like Annette came up to number 12 on the live rankings. Wants to be in that top 7. She's on her way. A victory here in 10,000 points would be huge for the Bass Surfer.
There are the official results. 13 points for the younger out of the 2 sisters. Although Yanire bowing out, still respectable semifinal finish. A lot of confidence being taken by her. But the surfer in red, Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, moving through 6'8", 6'17", into her very first final right here in Saquarema, Brazil. And especially back-to-back events at Aceita and here, this is a big performance to gain some more momentum into the last 2 events of the season. Well, a big moment for us as always, looking at our finals bracket right here. We mentioned the European force. Of course, the Japanese surfers doing very well, but our final established, we're going to have a brand new champion, and first time ever, either Echevarri or Hopkins winning their first CS event, Maida.
Yeah, true, Mitch. Annette, her first final on the Challenger Series, and Yolanda with the chance of a win. It will be very great to see this European force dive here in Saquarema.
Well, a fun day so far. We are on an update show right here at the Corona Cero update show. More importantly, though, that doesn't necessarily mean that we haven't seen some good waves. And Kaipo, our Natura Kayak wave of the day, of course, very impressive once again. We are talking about the youngster out of Lahaina, Maui, Eli Hanneman, 8.17 with an incredible combo surfing on the back end.
Eli, you know what? This guy, feel the power of freshness. 8.17. Went to town on the backhand, just like Lahaina Harbor. Little lefts running down the beach here. Eli with the skill set that he knows how to attack those lefts. Has been doing it for his entire adult life and into Gromhood. 8.17. Again, a high mark set by Eli Hanneman. He did that last day of competition as well. So Eli on a roll, putting together some big digits so far in competition here. He's got to be one of the favorites as we look towards the semifinals.
No doubt. And taking a look at our Dr. Peanut top 5 moments of day number 5 of competition here in Saquarema, starting off with the former champion Samuel Pupo. Literally a come-from-behind win in the dying seconds of the heat, Maida. He is our number 5 moment of day 5 so far. Flips the heat against Costa.
Yeah, he really used a different strategic from Costa, but that wave, it was a 6-point ride, and in the dying minutes of the heat, he found that one under priority and nailed a 4.1 to finish it off.
Spider-Man shooting the webs, Kaipo. He's looking good into potentially number 2 win out of 3 here in the last few years. Celebrating with the family on the beach. And of course, always a huge smile by Samuka. Yo-Yo's on tour. And it was a good semifinal between her and Sally Fitzgibbons, but she's already advanced into her 2nd career final here at the CS level, Kipes.
Yo. Yo-Yo. With her first chance to win a CS final, she came up after her interview saying, hey, look it, I'm on tour, but I don't feel good about on tour until I win a CS. She can do that in the final.
And speaking of potentially being on the CS, Kipes, Oscar Berry, new rankings leader. Huge moment for the young Aussie out of Yamba.
Give him a couple oys. Oi, oi, oi. Oscar Berry coming through. New leader, you said, like on the rankings, but more than that, finally uncovered this talent. He's done it in the free surf. Now he's doing it in the Jersey. Would love to see this young Aussie on tour. He's getting closer.
As the Crocodile Dundee would say, needs a little bit more salt on it. Defeats Winter Vincent in the quarterfinals. He's into the semis. And a cool moment between the 2 young sisters, Maida. Annette Gonzalez Echevarri defeats her older sister, Yanire, into her first ever CS final here in Saquarema.
Yeah, these both girls are being involving their surfing here in Itaúna and doing better each year by year. And now Annette in her first final, Yanire did a pretty great job as well.
And also, just looking at the way she was able to surf, typically, you know, on a lot of PU boards, but given the lack of size out there at the moment, Kaipo, getting something that seems to be a bit more epoxy friendly, why not? Especially with the backwash out here in Sacktown. She's moving through in her first ever final at the CS level. And our number 1 moment, Dr. Peanut top 5 moments of the day so far. Eli Hanneman once again, 8.17. Kids on point, Kipes.
Big putting down high numbers throughout this entire competition. A lot of it on the forehand with airs, backhand with snaps. Eli Hanneman into the semifinals. Like I said before, he's got to be one of the favorites if conditions remain this way to take out a win here.
And he's already won a CS event before. That was the US Open back in 2023. Cool company right there. The former world junior champ, Finn McGill in his corner, as well as the great Chris Gallagher. Into the semis, Eli Hanneman, and looking good for a potential victory right here later on this week. So our top 5 moments are done and dusted, and we are on hold at the moment. Luckily for us, it is a beautiful beach day right here in Saquarema. 3:15 p.m. local time, our next call for a potential 3:30 p.m. start. We'll see you then. Potential finals day later on today. See you guys later.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.